HPX LOTM. Please Call Me Mr. Error by author Hoyne_Kyoma chapter 231 to 265. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore paced around as he usually did, walking to and fro while talking to the various portraits on the walls. You need to figure out who handed that coin to your boy Albus. A particularly solemn voice spoke while sipping tea casually. No. By Merlin's trap. You need to figure out everything you can about the one you called Mr. Error first. He's clearly the one that needs our attention. Another voice called. The two portraits looked at each other through their frames and started an argument that ended in the top portrait pouring his tea down and dousing the person in the portrait below with hot tea. Sigh. Dumbledore waved his arm and all the portraits were covered by a curtain, muffling any sounds of their fighting. Looking around his office, Dumbledore walked to a wall and tapped on a specific spot on the wallpaper, opening up a secret compartment which housed a rather magical mirror. Respected Erodes, do you know who Mr. Error is? The mirror remained still for a moment, like it was dead before words suddenly appeared on its face with all the liveliness of a toddler. Yes, I do. Based on the principle of reciprocity, would you like a question or a punishment? Dumbledore's brows furrowed as he looked at the magical mirror in frustration while cursing himself for having forgotten that one couldn't just carry on a normal conversation with the mirror. Punishment. Dumbledore said, knowing whatever it was that he chose it would be equally embarrassing since the mirror just worked like that, and at least by choosing a punishment he could maintain his image in the staff's eyes by simply saying that the mirror made him do it. In front of all the students, put on a monocle on your right eye and say the following: Mr. Error is the greatest and he is coming back. Dumbledore froze, his mind rippling with the political and social consequences his words would have, especially how he might have to convince his staff that he hadn't been corrupted or worse. He looked at the mirror with wide eyes and then slowly calmed himself down. Looking at it with a little anger, he slowly asked, "Could you tell me about Mr. Error?" Mr. Error. Of course, I can tell you about the greatness of Mr. Error. How can I not? It took me a lot of self-control. Believe me, when I say this, it took me a great amount of self-control to not start telling you about him the first time I spoke about him. And why does a mirror have more self-control than me? Dumbledore lampooned while tossing a lemon drop into his mouth. He paid close attention to the mirror's next words since he was paying a great price for it. Words made out of a gray fog began to appear on the mirror and Dumbledore read them as they were. Mr. Error is the greatest being in all of history and is the originator of the world as you know it today. He is the cause behind magic and is also the cause behind the school you are currently the headmaster of, Hogwarts. Mr. Error's list of achievements over history is so great and magnanimous that it would take an entire year to write them up. Most of the gods and goddesses alive today wouldn't even be able to maintain their sanity today without his help. Although you have worked on keeping the planet protected, it would not have been possible without his loving grace. The words on the mirror stopped appearing and wiped away before one final sentence came up. He is the one who has been at every difficult moment in history while deciding the course it should take. Dumbledore frowned reading the sentences. Rhodes had never given such a jubilant description of anyone he had asked about before. It was strange and mysterious. Dumbledore looked at the image on the mirror that had shown up and found a man looking fairly similar to the one he had seen along with Cheek. Except the man's face was covered by a gray fog. Dumbledore's brows furrowed as he remembered Rhodes showing a similarly concealed face the last time he had asked it about a student. Are the student and he the same? Or perhaps the student is his blessed as he told us. But a student wouldn't be capable of stopping the divination of Rhodes. Or is it just Rhodes that is helping the student and the man by protecting him with the gray fog? The image went away as new words appeared in the mirror. Would you like me to ask you a question or punishment? Reminiscent of his recent task, Dumbledore cautiously chose question. What is your favorite way to trick Minerva McGonagall into doing tasks she doesn't want to do? Dumbledore frowned, but knowing he would never be sharing this memory with anyone else, confidently spoke, I just dust myself in catnip before summoning her to the office. Knock. Almost immediately there was a knock on the door which was interrupted to become a soft long pause. Dumbledore looked at the door to his office and wiped his hand across his face. He pushed the mirror back and it slipped back into its position behind the wall, hidden in its secret location as Dumbledore spoke calmly, "Come in." The door opened slowly, creaking as it did, turning the moment even more awkward. Behind it was Professor McGonagall, who just stood there with her brows raised and her lips twitching, trying to act completely normal while also somehow completely failing at it. "Yes, Minerva. How can I help you today?" Ahem, cough cough. "Albus, the Ministry of Magic has sent us a letter indicating that a student stole the time turner." "A student?" Dumbledore asked, confused. "Don't agents from the Unspeakables handle time turners? They are all at least mid-sequence beyonders. How did a student steal from them?" "Yes, and it seems the student left behind a note." "A note? Was it the twins?" McGonagall sighed and said, "I think not. I think it is best if you see it for yourself, Albus," as she moved towards him and handed him a photograph. "You got jebaited. And a frog?" Dumbledore asked, confused, prompting McGonagall to move her finger which was covering the rest of the message up. Dumbledore fell silent as he read the rest of it. "I suspect one of our students has convened with this evil god. I think using spirit vision throughout the dinner should suffice to check all the students and see if either one of them is corrupted," McGonagall said, trying to offer up solutions to the problem. As the gears in his head turned, Dumbledore asked McGonagall a key question: "Did they say what abilities this child had?" "Yes, the letter that came in said he was good at turning invisible and stealing." I see. Thank you, Minerva. You may check upon the students. I will join you a little later." McGonagall nodded calmly and started to leave, but she stopped at the door and turned back to look at Dumbledore. "Is it true, Albus?" "Wah-oh. Yes, it is, Minerva. I hope you don't judge me too harshly for it," Dumbledore said, tilting his head low and looking at McGonagall from above his half-moon spectacles. "HMPF." McGonagall huffed and rushed out of the room, her face slightly flushed. Sitting inside the grey fog, Loki looked down at the item in his hand. The time turner. It shimmered dully under the crimson light of the stars all around the grey fog, but that wasn't what captured Loki's attention the most. Neither were the complex runes drawn all around it that glowed under his spirituality, nor the intricate craftsmanship that resembled his own but looked even more polished and advanced. The one thing that caught his attention was the sense of familiarity that emerged from the small sand granules inside the hourglass. Is it even sand? Loki felt like the materials inside the hourglass were calling out to him, like they were meant to be a part of him, but he didn't know where they were missing from. It felt like someone had stolen a part of his body and trapped it in a clever way. Why does it feel like this? Why does it feel so familiar? Tossing away the time turner into the junk pile that had collected in the Saphira Castle, Loki left and returned to his dorm room. "I'm hungry." "To the Great Hall, it is then." Loki nodded and stood up after setting his clothes right. He walked along with Daphne, Tracy and Astoria to the Great Hall, talking about random things like how they felt they'd done their exams. The Great Hall was drowned in green and silver decorations, and all the Slytherin walked along with pride. Some even turned to congratulate Loki because it was his play that had caused several teachers to give them points. Loki brushed them away since he knew they would turn on him at the drop of a hat, attacking like hungry wolves fighting for bones to lick him clean. With grace and practiced manners, Loki started eating at the table. That was when everyone heard a sharp clink that caused them to look at the teacher's table. Dumbledore slowly stood up and caused a frown to appear on the Slytherins' faces. Is he going to add more points to Gryffindor again? Students from all the houses thought. And although Gryffindor hadn't won any of the times in the last 2 years, everyone felt rather annoyed when they would be handed out brownie points and suddenly overtake everyone else in the race. Another year has passed, and might I say it has been quite educating for all of us. A few students snorted at the joke, but most stayed frowning. I have a short announcement to make, and I hope all of you pay close attention to it. Even the professors looked at Dumbledore with rapt attention. They all wondered what the announcement was going to be about, and how they hadn't been informed about it before. Is he really here to dish out more points again? I only have to say a few simple words. Here it goes as follows. Dumbledore paused and looked at everyone with a serious expression, and just as everyone was starting to get tense about what he was going to say when he adjusted a monocle that suddenly appeared over his right eye before blurting out, "Mr. Error is the greatest and he is coming back." Most of the student populace stumbled as their tense muscles were suddenly loosened, and multiple questions began to pop up in the students' minds. Mr. Error? Who's that? Is Mr. Error someone famous in the field of magic? Why haven't I ever heard of him before if he is so highly praised by the headmaster? The teachers meanwhile all had different reactions. What? Snape thought, meeting eyes with the other professors to see if they knew anything about all of this, but they were just as confused as he was. While McGonagall was just short of holding her head and sighing. How long will he keep using that stupid mirror? I'm sure Mr. Error is a nice gentleman to talk to if the headmaster thinks he is the greatest. I would love to meet him. Where did he graduate from? Hogwarts. Is he our senior? He would be very old then. Astoria rambled and concluded for everyone else on the table while speaking her mind. Meanwhile, beside her, Loki felt like he was about to shit bricks. His stomach had cramped and his fingers were trembling. It's over. He's got me. He knows who I am. Are you all right, Loki? Astoria asked from across the table, snapping Loki out of his daze. He looked at the girl with hollow eyes but then snapped out of his thoughts when he caught a glimpse of her. Ah. I am fine, Tori. I was just wondering what the headmaster meant is all. Loki nodded perfunctorily and continued to eat his food even if his stomach said otherwise. For the rest of the meal, Loki kept his head bowed down and pretended that nothing was going on in his mind while stuffing himself with food and cracking the odd joke here and there. Coming back to his room, Loki immediately did the ritual for the Saphira Castle and slipped above the gray fog. What in the world? Loki's hands trembled as he stared blankly at the sea of fog around him. Does he know? Loki closed his eyes and recalled Dumbledore's words clearly. Mr. Error is the greatest and he is coming back. What did he mean by this? Why is he pledging allegiance to me? Did I do something to him? Reverse psychology. Am I going to do something for him in the future? Seeing himself lose control of his questions, Loki put a pause to his thoughts and took several deep breaths in as he recalled every detail of the scene when Dumbledore spoke those words to see if he could glean something he had previously missed. He only said his speech when the Great Hall was filled with students and not at the start of the meal like all announcements are usually done. So he wanted all the students to hear it from him. But wouldn't they have spread the news among each other anyway? Could it just be a coincidence? Maybe he forgot that he had to announce something but then he remembered midway through lunch so he announced then. No, he was too serious for that. He couldn't have forgotten, at least not when he's from the spectator pathway. Loki frowned hard as his brows furrowed in concentration. What does this mean? He shouldn't know about Mr. Error in any other way other than when he met me in the tunnel along with her. Maybe there's some record of me that he found when I spent time with the founders. But I'm pretty sure he'd have already found such records before I showed up in front of him if they existed at all. So it shouldn't be any new historical documents. Even if it were, why did he announce it in such a way? Like he was my fan. I'm quite sure any wizard with even a little bit of power will start to search for information about Mr. Error after his casual fanboying words in the Great Hall. Was his aim to figure out who Mr. Error is that way? Try and see if anyone else learns about me. No, that feels a little convoluted. He wouldn't have to reveal he was a fan of mine in the Great Hall if that was the case, he could have just reached out to them through more secret channels. I can't think of anything that fits the scenario properly. Maybe he just lost a bet or something and had to say those words. Who'd even make a bet with him? Loki shook his head and left the Saphira Castle to pack his trunk and prepare for leaving Hogwarts. This place, why does it only get worse each year? Leaving the castle with the train, Loki soon reached King's Cross Station. With a simple glance, Loki scanned the crowd and found Kreacher wasn't there to pick him up. I guess he finally agreed to my plan of keeping Sirius Black in the dark about me. Taping his trunk with his wand, Loki caused it to become light, allowing him to drag it along as he left the station and called for the night bus. The purple triple-decker bus arrived in front of him, allowing Loki to climb into it and find himself a seat. "Where do you want to go, young man?" Stan Shunpike asked after helping Loki find a seat. Could you take me to the Leaky Cauldron? I want to spend some time in Diagon Alley." "Oh, the world's your family, Ernie. To the Leaky Cauldron." Shunpike shouted for the bus driver to hear, who just nodded before sending the bus rocketing through London's busy streets. "That will be 11 sickles, unless for 2 more you want a cup of hot chocolate and for 2 more a bottle of hot water and a toothbrush." I'll go with the 15 sickles option then," Loki said politely and pulled out 15 sickles from his pocket, handing it over to Shunpike. "Thank you for choosing us." Shunpike casually walked over to the shelf at the front of the bus while Loki was holding on for dear life to keep himself from flying off. Returning with a cult of hot chocolate, a bottle of hot water and a toothbrush packed in a paper box, Shunpike handed the items to Loki, who just held onto them with care, trying not to squish them because of the sudden and random turns the bus took. The bus stopped in 5 more minutes and Loki breathed a sigh of relief. With Stan's help, Loki deboarded the bus with all his luggage. Entering the bar that was Leaky Cauldron, Loki walked up to the counter where he spoke to Tom, the bartender. "I'd like a room here for a week if that's possible," Loki asked while sipping calmly on his hot chocolate. "Of course. That will be a galleon and 11 sickles." Loki exchanged the money for keys. "Do you want me to help you with the trunk?" "Nah, I'll be alright. It's light." "Alright. That's all then. I hope you have a pleasant time upstairs. Your neighbors in room 10 are a bit loud sometimes, but they should be out by tomorrow, so don't worry about it." "Thank you." With his trunk in hand, Loki walked up the stairs, leaving the bar behind him as he reached the room his keys opened. Entering the room, Loki collapsed onto the bed provided after locking the door behind him. He looked up at the wooden ceiling and stared at all the rough bumps and burrows in it. Sigh, would I be telling Wahlberga about what had happened to me at this time if I went to the Black Mansion? Hoot hoot hoot. I'll find some time to tell it all to her later. Loki thought as he looked at the window where an owl was hooting to gain his attention. Pushing open the window, Loki allowed the owl to drop the letter inside and leave. Picking up the envelope, Loki examined the seal on its back and became slightly serious. The seal was of a broom flying through the air along with a few bits and bobs around the edges. It was one that Loki recognized since he had spent plenty of time in the place it represented. The Follies. But why did they write me a letter? Loki quickly unsealed the letter with a butter knife and pulled out the letter inside it. Dear Mr. Loki, I hope you are doing fine and that this letter has found you at the right time. If you don't have any pre-arranged plans this summer, I would like to consider an opportunity to study crafting under my mentor for the next 2 months. I cannot in this letter reveal his name, but I assure you he's not someone you will want to miss learning about the art under. I hope you clear the schedule for the rest of your holiday because this is going to be amazing for you. With regards, Folly Sr. His mentor. Who would that be? He's already a mid-sequence Beander himself, so a saint or an angel then. How do they have nothing else to do other than teach a bunch of kids about enchanting? Even with all these questions, a faint feeling of happiness had spread across Loki since he recognized just how much Mr. Folly was sacrificing by allowing him to attend this opportunity instead of Mr. Spudmore, who it must have originally been for. Is there anything that might not allow me to leave? Loki thought for a few seconds and he immediately had an answer, yes. I still haven't gotten the ingredients to my Sequence 6 Prometheus potion. A frown formed on Loki's face and he decided he'd go to the black market the next morning to see if he could find the materials from there. He didn't want to miss an opportunity as important as this one. The materials this time weren't very unknown and were parts of the bodies of 2 famous magical beasts, the Zuu and the Akami. Loki had already checked with Hagrid before leaving school to see if the gentle giant had any of the materials he required, but he didn't, and so Loki was forced to scour the black market for its trails. Waking up early the next morning, Loki went on a hunt through Nocturne Alley after modifying his appearance to appear older using illusions. He spoke to street hawkers and camped near several of them, waiting to see if there would be any wizards that came near these vendors to sell these ingredients. The sun rose and set once, but Loki found no gain. He still had to respond to Mr. Folly, and with no natural solution in sight, he had to go to the one place he detested going into, since it felt like he was always being scammed here, Rob's warehouse. Even though the owner hadn't done anything rude to him or anything unexpected, it always felt like the person on the other side of the counter was playing with him. As if he were dancing in the palm of their hands. For some reason he always felt like he was being seen through entirely. Am I just being paranoid? Loki looked at the Niffler in his pocket, who hadn't done much this year and had hence not digested much of his potion, and tickled the little guy's stomach. Squeak. Hey. Squeak. What are you doing? I'll have to spit out everything if you keep tickling me. But Loki was relentless until the Niffler finally gave up on changing Loki's mind and vanished into the spirit world. What if I jump into the spirit world with the error card of blasphemy accommodated in my spirit body? Won't I come across error pathway beyonders in that case then? No, I'm not strong enough yet to directly fight anything that I come across. I'm pretty weak still, huh? Even after I fought multiple true gods, I'm still weak. Hello. Loki greeted the person behind the counter, who appeared just as well disguised as he did, maybe even better. Back again we are, I guess. What do you want this time? You remember me? Of course I do, you're the only one that comes in dressed like a stiff nail. You have so many items on you that make it hard to discern your identity for protection that I'm starting to think you own a factory of them. Quote. Loki became stunned at the snappiness of the owner of the store as he threatened. I'll leave and never come back if you keep this up. Oh, gods. No. What will I ever do if my one, single, ichi, uno, ek, customer walks away and never returns? The person said, playing up by bringing their hand to their forehead like it was a soap opera. Loki's lips twitched and he decided it was easier to simply get his work done here and leave. Where can I find the ingredients? Birth tail feather of an Akami and the first main hair of a Zulu. Thud. Before Loki even finished his question, the person behind the counter slapped down a piece of paper onto the counter. 20 galleons. 20 galleons. Why don't you just take my organs? Why don't I get a discount for coming here the last 2 times too? If I ever gave you a discount, it would either be because I was drunk, or God forbid I needed some help from you. And if you ever do, I'm sure as hell never going to help you out. Loki said, dropping 20 shiny gold galleons on the table before snatching the strip of paper that had the required information on it. No refunds. The person behind the counter called out after Loki began to walk out of the store. Once inside his room in the leaky cauldron, Loki read exactly what was on the note and his lips trembled while his brows furrowed. The words written on the paper were simple, too simplistic to the point Loki felt there was a joke he'd missed somewhere along the line. Accept it. Accept what, you crazy person? Loki shouted, but then saw the letter from Mr. Folly on the table beside him and he looked back at the letter. How did that person even know that I had an offer pending that I hadn't responded to? Did they know my identity? No, I don't think so. Or everyone else would have probably learnt about my identity. Then did they use a Beyonder item with powerful divination capabilities to get the information their customers need? Loki's face was furrowed in annoyance, but he sighed and turned around after burning away the note by sparking it with his spirituality. There was no point lampooning about things that weren't under his control, he could only move on and do the best on the other things that were. Picking out a parchment and an inked quill, Loki started to pen down a response to Mr. Folly's letter. I would be delighted to accompany you on this opportunity, Mr. Folly. Please let me know when and where I have to be, along with all the things I need to prepare, to make it the most convenient for us on this journey. I hope everything is going swimmingly with the store and the sale of the brooms. I had the opportunity to see one of them function in a Quidditch match at Hogwarts last year and I was delighted. Thanking you, Loki. Loki spent the next few days of the week corresponding with Mr. Folly and they met up over the weekend. Why aren't you living in the Black Manor? I thought I'd have to pick you there. Can't be too small for you now, is it? Folly asked while stroking his mustache and tapping his cane on the stone floor of the street in Diagon Alley. Well, you probably already know about Sirius Black being freed, right? Loki said with an embarrassed expression while rubbing the back of his head. No way. Did that lad kick you out? Don't worry, I will go there and fight him for. No. Don't worry, Mr. Folly, he didn't do anything like that. I just didn't want to reveal my abilities and adoption to him for now. So I'm avoiding the Black Manor until I feel better about letting him know about it. Folly looked at Loki with squinted eyes but then nodded to himself as if he understood something and said, I understand. I suppose you don't fancy the headmaster if you don't want to reveal your abilities yet. Loki's eyes widened slightly, but he supposed it was rather easy for a person of his capabilities to figure out such an issue, so he just nodded. It's not that I don't fancy him, it's just that I don't want to be burdened by so many expectations so soon. That's good. Good. Well, I thought that you didn't like the headmaster. If you didn't, you might not fancy where we're going. Where are we going? Loki asked with a confused frown. To the headmaster. No, you wouldn't say it like that if we were someone related to him. Folly just smiled and said nothing to Loki as he continued to walk through the street towards his store while Loki followed as he was murmuring to himself, trying to figure out where they were going. Once they were at the store, Folly sneaked Loki into the workshop where they met up with both Bilton and Randolph. Loki, you're finally here. I was waiting for you. Randolph said, giving Loki a loose hug. Mr. Spudmore, it's so nice to see you again. I have much to discuss with you regarding runes and the likes of wards. I learned much during my time at Hogwarts this year. Bathsheba taught you about wards, You know Professor Babbling. Haha. Of course, I do. We studied the subject together. Now that you mentioned her, I should try and get back in touch with her. Yeah, didn't she say something like that about him too? Come on now. Talk later, you'll have plenty of other opportunities to talk to each other through letters, you love birds. Come to the fire and do exactly as I do. We're going to be late otherwise. Mr. Folly said, pulling Loki away as he gave a sorry smile to Randolph. Don't worry about it. Keep me up to date on what happens. I'm dying to know if you make it through the first round. First round. Loki wondered, but something else left his mouth. Thank you for letting me take this opportunity. Don't worry about it. Good luck. Loki nodded in gratitude and turned around to focus on what Mr. Folly was going to do in the fire while wondering what Randolph was wishing him good luck for. Take a pinch of the powder and toss it into the flames after saying your destination loud and clear. You know how to do it, right? Mr. Folly asked with a serious look on his face. Yes, Mr. Folly, I know how the flow works. I can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before they invented flow powder. Loki nodded. It wasn't that inconvenient, we knew how to apparate. I'll see you on the other side. Mr. Folly splashed the powder into the fire and spoke with a bold tone, Primus Ignis. The flames in the fireplace turned emerald green and rose into the air, covering Mr. Folly entirely and then vanishing along with him. I'll see you later then, Mr. Blimes, Mr. Spudmore, Loki said with a nod and stepped into the fireplace. He tossed the powder he was holding and spoke in a similar bold tone while trying to keep out the smoke and soot from entering his lungs. Primus Ignis. A tugging sensation pulled on his navel, pulling on Loki's body and thrusting him into what felt like a thin plastic pipe. Scenes fluttered past his peripheral vision as an artist's palette of colors occupied much of his dominant sight. There were several scenes of people sitting and relaxing by their fires, while at other times Loki thought he saw people he recognized from his visits to Hogsmeade. Soon, however, the structure of the rooms he was seeing changed, as did the decorations in them. Instead of plain wallpapers and portraits, there were now sleek designs that expressed intricate metal work which Loki found amazing. It felt like he was in a different place altogether. Faces whizzed past along with several empty rooms as Loki finally came to a stop, his suit covered in dust and soot. Stepping out of the fireplace while trying to reel back his senses from the disorientating journey, Loki dusted himself off with his wand and searched for Mr. Folly standing before him. Come here, Loki. Mr. Folly said and pulled Loki towards himself as he stood beside a row of other groups of pairs. Once everything in his vision stopped spinning around, Loki saw that there were both women and men in the room, most older than him, and the only person closest to him was a girl older than him by at least 3 years. The girl was strange. She kept drawing the attention of every other man in the room just by virtue of her presence. Loki's hair stood on end as he connected the dots and immediately used the concealment rune to close away his mind from being affected by the girl's charm. A witch? Where exactly are we? And what is a witch doing here? Did Mr. Folly get charmed by one or something? Loki immediately looked toward the fireplace but frowned as he noticed the coals had already died down and there was no possibility of escape through the route he had used to arrive here. Rubbing his index finger over his thumb, Loki activated his spirit vision but missed when he noticed that he was rubbing his middle finger instead. Missed. Loki's hands froze. Is this a warning from the spirit world? Loki's back broke into a cold sweat as he wondered exactly what was going on in this place. But why? Surely there can't be a god amongst us. Loki put a pause to his thoughts and looked around him carefully to check and analyze just what was going on around him. All the people that had arrived in the room were split into pairs just like him and Mr. Folly, and in all those pairs, one person was always impatient like him while the other maintained a calm outlook as if they knew exactly what was going to happen next. There was no exit anywhere in the room. They were all surrounded by walls on all sides as if they were inside a box. No windows existed to give the view of the outside, and only a diffused light throughout the room kept everyone lit and visible. What's going on? Just when Loki's brain was going to start spitting theories at him, a part of the wall began to morph. The morphing wall started off as an abnormal protrusion. And for a few seconds, it looked like a piece of art before everyone realized it was a human pushing through. As if the wall were a cloth that had been wrapped tightly around the person inside it. The wall stretched like an elastic cloth until it snapped as the man walked straight through it, but what made him seem off to Loki were the sounds his body was making that got revealed as soon as he stepped through the hard surface. Loki could swear that he could hear a few clicks and creaks in the man instead of muscles contracting and expanding. But the man looked perfectly normal in every other way. His skin looked supple and properly moisturized. His eyeballs looked realistic as they spun around in their wet fleshy sockets. His chest rose and dropped with each breath. The man looked like a butler aged around 60. He had a straight back, a silver inlaid walking cane and a silk hat with a blue ribbon tied on it. Only the sounds the man's body made put off all the newcomers in the area. Loki looked at Folly to see if there were any hints of worry or fear but found him to be standing calmly and smiling with recognition. So Loki chose to remain calm too. Before anyone could speak or ask a question, the butler spoke looking at his pocket watch. You have 1 second to answer. It took Loki half a second to get out of shock and push his brain to start working. Answer. Is this related to what Mr. Randolph said? Something about this being the first round. Are we in a competition? But what am I supposed to say? Have we already been given the question? Loki's brain played back everything he'd seen so far about the room. The fireplace, the smooth walls, the number of people in the room, the butler's dress, and even how the wall had morphed open to let him walk through it. Yet nothing struck his mind as a question. A quarter of a second had passed during all of this. Loki spent another moment looking around and saw that no one had opened their mouths yet. So at least I have a chance, for now. With less than a fifth of a second remaining, Loki's brain started firing like it had never done before. Is it about the words Mr. Folly used to get here? Primus ignis. Translated as the first fire. Is that the answer? Loki opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself and immediately changed his answer as a new train of thought crossed his mind. This is a gathering related to crafting, so is it related to some crafting myth? First fire. Crafting. Hephaestus. Prometheus. Loki said in excitement while nearly all the others said, first fire. Loki said Prometheus since he'd researched his next potion's name in the Hogwarts library. Prometheus was the person who stole the flames from Hephaestus's workshop and passed them to humanity. The butler looked right at Loki and then scanned the crowd for a few seconds before speaking in a calm monotone. Prometheus is the right answer. Bloody hell. All the groups openly cursed at Loki while Mr. Folly ducked closer to Loki and whispered, "Good. I knew you'd get it. You even confused them about the right answer." Loki, embarrassed, could only take the praise with a slight smile as everyone else in the room glared at him, confused by his first syllable and giving the wrong answer. "That was not my intention, but whatever, I guess I won. Now what? What did I win anyway?" Before Loki could ask his question out loud, the butler spoke up again. "Mr. Folly, you and your apprentice may go inside and meet Mr. Flammel before the following tests." Mr. Folly nodded calmly and started walking while Loki was just confused. Mr. Flammel. Nicholas Flammel. No way, that'd be too silly. Loki remained quiet and followed Mr. Folly, who was smiling with satisfaction as they stepped past the butler and moved towards the wall. The wall then split open, revealing a long narrow corridor that was evenly lit by the same invisible source of light as the room. Loki paid close attention to everything, just in case another test involved this trip. He paid close attention to the paintings and the various enshrined weapons as he walked by, trying to see if he could recognize any of them and their parts in history. Even though his senses blared at him about the value of these antiquities, Loki found his knowledge of history insufficient. Arriving at a simple wooden door that had been carved to represent multiple magical artifacts, Mr. Folly stopped and slowly knocked. Loki stood just like Mr. Folly and waited for the door to open. The door first opened soundlessly by a crack and then swung open quickly, creating a short breeze. A man with pristine gray hair stood there with a smile on his face, dressed in the most regal robes Loki felt he'd ever seen. The amount of spirituality running through those robes made Loki feel like the man was on fire, and it caused his jaw to drop a little. The hell requires so much spirituality to maintain. "Welcome," the man's words froze as he looked at Loki. Folly and Loki watched as his smiling face slowly turned into a frown. "Similar, so similar yet so much farther," the man whispered, but his words were clearly audible to both Loki and Folly. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Feeling the depth of the gaze that was digging deep into him, Loki frowned. He felt like someone was looking at his very soul. It felt weird and icky. In fact, if not for Mr. Folly not saying anything yet, Loki held himself back and didn't pull his wand out on the old man. "Nick, stop it. You're making him dislike you." A faint, feminine voice spoke from beside the old man as thin hands wrapped around his shoulders, snapping him out of whatever state he was in. The man blinked quickly and Loki felt the gaze that was on his soul vanish, causing him to breathe a faint, inaudible sigh of relief. "Folly, you're here again. I didn't think I'd get to see you so soon again," the man said as a woman dragged herself into view by pushing the man backwards. "Folly, it's good to see you again. I've been so very bored because of the previous mentors who've arrived here. None of them could even hold a conversation about anything outside alchemy." "Mrs. Flammel, it's good to see you too. I've missed those custard honey tarts too. I've searched for them all over. You need to give me the recipe." "Oh, I've told you plenty of times to call me Pernell, young man. Don't disappoint me already. You'll teach the young boy beside you to do the same if you keep at it." "Haha, Loki, meet them, they are Mr. and Mrs. Flammel. You will be spending some time with them starting from the end of the week if you succeed in the remaining rounds." Loki's eyes had stayed on the old man all throughout Folly's conversation with Mrs. Flammel, his thoughts branching off in multiple directions. What did he mean by that? Does he recognize me from somewhere? And what sequence is he? For him to be able to give me the feeling of being able to see my soul. Even though Loki no longer felt that someone was staring at his soul, he could still feel that there was a sense of suppression from the old man. So, even though it was a little rude, Loki asked foolhardily, "Are you a saint or an angel?" The old man's eyes widened a little and both the man and the woman looked at Loki with some surprise, but they immediately smiled. "Of course I am. But if it were up to me, I'd have to say she was the angel instead. Haha, the old man joked while the woman playfully slapped his shoulder. I'm sorry for his manners. Folly started to apologize for Loki, but Pernell stepped in. Don't be a fool, Folly, I already like him more than you. Let him be like he is. I don't want another noble that wants to curry favor with us. Folly shut up while smiling, but he still playfully slapped Loki's back. Come in, boy. Don't stand outside. The door's going to change destinations if you don't step in soon. Huh. Loki became confused, but Folly pushed him in just in time along with himself. Turning back, Loki found the door suddenly vanishing from being connected to the long corridor and opening instead to a vast garden filled with flowers and butterflies. Wah! Makes you wonder how it works. Doesn't it? Nicholas said with a smile on his face. Loki turned back to him and looked at him with suspicion. Why are you here? His underlying meaning was clear from his tone. Don't you have anything better to do than spending time with a teenager? Nicholas rolled his eyes as he collapsed backwards. At first Loki thought he was going to fall to the floor, but to his surprise, the cushy gray sofa that was 2 feet away slid over and caught him before he fell. Were there little feet that just sprouted underneath that thing? The sofa's alive. I've lived longer than your entire family generation probably. I deserve to relax while spending time with whoever I wish to. Nicholas gave a soft pause and then sent Loki a diabolical expression as he continued speaking. And shouldn't the question be the other way round in the first place? You're in the presence of the world's greatest alchemist. Why are you just standing there instead of trying to learn from me? This is bad, Loki thought. Why is he making so much sense? Aren't I wasting time by just breathing right now? Shouldn't I be asking him all my doubts about the subject? Suddenly Loki started feeling nervous. It wasn't the part about Nicholas being an angel that got to him, but the title he had, the world's greatest alchemist, that sent him for a little spin. He knew just how much higher above him Folly was in terms of achievements in alchemy, but to meet someone that was even farther than that. To even look at such a great person's works would be a huge boon to him and would teach him more than he could ever read himself. Not to mention clarify his own doubts about the subject. It suddenly felt like there was very little time. Ah, for my sake, dear, don't tease the little boy. His head's probably already spinning because of you. Come here, little fella, leave him to it. I promise you that you have a lot of time to learn from him. Let's drink something to refresh ourselves. Pernell complained while pulling Loki to the couch. Sitting down on the couch, Loki's eyes shifted from Nicholas to Pernell, who was smiling at him like a kind lady. Now tell us your name, you haven't introduced yourself. And I get the sense that you aren't a Beander of the Savon pathway, so tell us which pathway you belong to too if you wish. Loki took a slightly deeper than normal breath and turned to Pernell. My name's Loki and I'm of the Sleepless pathway, currently a Sequence 7 nightmare. Oh, Sleepless. Wasn't that the Blacks? Are you a Black? Pernell asked with confusion since Loki hadn't stated it explicitly. Well, I did get adopted by Walburga. Loki nodded and continued to explain. She said it was a prophecy that I would help the Black family regain its lost glory. Since it was Folly's first time hearing this, he appeared slightly shocked, but it was Nicholas who responded first. I do hope that the Black family's glory remains lost to history. Most of them were mentally deranged idiots or as close to a Dark Lord one could get without directly being one. Nicholas started to say, but Pernell elbowed him. Quote. Loki pretended as if nothing happened and continued, I hope to do so as well. So I'm not quite the commoner you'd hoped I was. I apologize for that. Although Loki had revealed a little more than usual about himself, it wasn't something he had done unplanned. He had a simple reason for this, and it was to leverage the help of Mr. and Mrs. Flammel for a strange idea that had popped up in his head. If she possessed the pathways related to the Lord of the Mysteries, then going to her place would yield me the most, wouldn't it? Oh, don't worry about it. Pernell brushed away the matter in a hand-wavy manner. I don't care about you being adopted by anyone, even if it is the Blacks. All I care about is that you aren't one to beat around the bush. Loki nodded a little stiffly since he had something he wanted to ask the two people in front of him about, but he couldn't think of a proper way to say it or even bring up the topic. Let's think about it for a while. The idea just popped into my mind and hasn't taken its final form yet. I'll ask them about it when my idea becomes something more concrete. Shaking away the idea to the back of his mind where it would be marinating for a while, Loki asked something else. So when will I get to learn under you? And what will you teach me about? I know about runes and have studied them intensely. I even know quite a bit about wards, well, not quite a bit compared to you, but at least more than some beginner. Loki started rambling immediately and began telling everyone about all the things he had learnt, causing the Flammels to look at each other and smile softly while Folly shook his head with a sigh. Prunelle snapped her finger, causing Loki to pause and look at her with full attention. Huh, what happened, Mrs. Flammel? I don't want to get into the minefield that is alchemy. And neither will I let Nick fall into that trap today. The two of you can get lost in alchemy once you win the remaining tests we have planned out for you and the other people. Today is purely for you to get to know us and build your anticipation to learn under us. Teacups and kettles emerged from somewhere in the house as they flew over to the side of each person in the room. So let's start. I'll ask the first question. Prunelle said with a smile as she spoke. I heard from Folly in his recent letters that you performed a play at Hogwarts. What was that about? Can you perform the play for us? Loki became a little embarrassed but nodded. Spending the rest of the time talking about various things at Hogwarts and how Loki was involved with helping prove Sirius's innocence, they ended the day with Loki performing the play for everyone. It wasn't as detailed as when he did it with Hermione, but he did his best and it was enough if the tears on Prunelle's face by the end were any indication. At the end of the evening, Loki was escorted back to the testing area and the dorms attached to it with Folly through the same ever-changing door that the Flammels had. Loki was a little intrigued by the door since it represented the properties of the door pathway but didn't get a direct chance to study it. So he pushed it to the back of his mind for now. Folly eventually left Loki and went to sleep in the companions' dormitory, leaving Loki to join the other participants who had already fallen asleep in their beds in the large hall. About 25 people here. So I have to best them all. How interesting. Loki slipped into the bed that had his label on it and closed his eyes since he was already tired because he hadn't eaten in the afternoon, but he was even more tired now because of the play that he had to perform for the Flammel couple. Elaine, I'm coming to meet you. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, oh. So many Elon bzzz. What was that? A fly. Well, whatever. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, 4 Elaine, so many Elon buzz. Again. Why is the fly flying so close to me? Do I smell bad? Whatever. 1 Elaine, 2 Elaine, 3 Elaine, 4 Elaine, 5 Ella buzz. Loki wasn't able to sleep. The bed was already too stiff for his taste and it was his first time there, so the constant buzz that he could hear every time he tried to sleep annoyed him very much. It forced him up and made him frown as he looked around with bloodshot eyes, trying to figure out who or what was making that God-forbidden noise. Loki stood up and walked out of his bed in frustration. But now that he was awake he couldn't hear any sound. There was no buzzing anywhere. Did I hallucinate all that? Loki was about to go to sleep again but he froze as an idea came to his mind. The sound only came about when I was in a half-sleep half-awake state. What if I used cogitation? Loki didn't want to spend the rest of the night awake to study a random mystery, but he didn't have the strength or the courage in him to fall asleep and then be forced away because of the stupid buzz, so he used cogitation. He wasn't afraid of staying up all night but was just worried about himself being rude to Nicholas and Prunelle if he met them again. Cogitation it is. Loki entered cogitation and was about to look around himself but he didn't have to do a thing. Almost instantly, as soon as he entered cogitation, Loki started to hear an incessant buzz begin to hum in his ears. Loki looked around the dormitory and found that there was nothing particularly of note in there. Everyone was sleeping, except for in one of the beds which was empty. Is this a test of some sort? Loki's eyes widened when he realized that. And someone's already noticed. How stupid of me. Loki quickly rushed towards the source of the sound which had dragged him outside the dormitory. He walked as silently as he could so that he would avoid disturbing any of the remaining participants. Not like they're going to wake up if they didn't wake up after that buzz. As soon as Loki stepped out of the dormitory and closed the door, he turned around and found himself absolutely lost. There was an unending tunnel in front of him that was lit occasionally by a diffused light that had no source. Loki frowned and then turned around to look at the door that he had just come out of. The door is no longer here. Single quote. What is this? Some cheap horror show copy. The backrooms. Loki began to walk in the direction of the incessant buzz once again, which was the only way the corridor in front of him extended. Loki held his wand close to himself as he walked, wondering if he would have to use them in case there were any jump scares or the like, and kept it primed with spirituality while keeping his spirituality shaped in the perfect shape to execute the Velox Acus spell if needed. Loki continued to walk in the seemingly endless corridor and soon found himself losing track of where he'd begun. After a while, Loki quietly paused and asked himself a question. How many years has it been since I started walking here? Loki stopped asking questions and looked at his hands. Something's wrong here. Years. Has it truly been years since I've come here? No. Yes. That makes perfect logical. I mean no. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have tried contacting me, but what if there are restrictions on spirit world travel here? What if Rowley or Sunny can't reach me in? If Sunny wouldn't have been able to find me, I'm pretty sure he would have asked Mr. Basilisk to help out. And I doubt that any charm or trinket would have accounted for the enormous amount of spirituality the snake has. Loki frowned. So it hasn't been years. But then why does it feel so long has passed? A mental interference test. Loki looked around with his spirit vision, trying to identify the source of his troubles. But no matter where or even how he looked at things, the uninteresting walls of the endless corridor that he was inside of remained bland and clean. There were no scratches or ridges that would allow him to conclude that there were any runes drawn on its surface, and even proliferating the walls with his spirituality didn't bring up any runes to study. Can I just use the concealment rune to stop whatever is interfering with me mentally? Loki focused on the rune and gave himself a few seconds to study if there were any differences between before and after he used it, but there were none. Has it really been yay? No, I can't get disheartened so easily. But if it isn't working from a direct mental interference, how is it working though? With no other alternative left to himself, Loki frowned for a while before choosing to continue traveling through the endless corridor. Apart from the incessant buzz that permeated through every inch of the corridor, the only other sounds were Loki's slow and steady footsteps. Each step he took made him feel like he had grown more tired, hungrier and sleepy. It felt like with each step that he was taking, life was moving faster and faster out of his grasp. Eventually, the silhouette of a small table showed up at the end of the corridor. Finally, Loki quickened his pace and arrived at the table. It was a gracefully aged wooden table that had several intricate carvings of a variety of magical stories on its surface. But the one that stood out in a dominant manner against the backdrop of more miniature carvings was the centermost piece. The picture was of a humanoid bull ripping people apart and consuming them without distinction. It didn't matter what weapons the people it ate held, be it a sword, a shield or even a wand, or a staff, they were all torn apart from the center and eaten raw and alive. A minotaur that chases and eats people alive. Loki frowned. He understood the stories, but he didn't understand what was going on with all this. Is this like a boss fight or something? Then where are my health packs and ammo stations? Loki looked around the table but he found nothing. So he just shook his head and clicked his tongue, before continuing to walk away after making sure he studied all the carvings on the table. There weren't any blaring images that stood out other than the minotaur eating people alive, but that was only until Loki noticed a different carving tucked away in the corner. This single carving showed a person holding up an emblem that was shaped in a unique way. The symbol was shaped like an inverted equilateral triangle that had several gears inside it. The nice part about the carving was that the Minotaur appeared to be outright ignoring the person who was holding up the emblem. Isn't that just the symbol of the true god of the Paragon pathway? Loki frowned. So that's a hint about how one should escape the Mino. But Loki wasn't given time to think about anything else. He suddenly heard a thin rustle from behind the walls, causing him to turn around and look at them carefully. Huh, what was that? Loki looked at the walls and then had the sudden urge to duck. He paid attention to his instincts and ducked, only to find the wall bending like fabric as a hand forced its way to push it around like a plastic wrap. Just like how the butler had arrived earlier, Loki suddenly saw the wall melting around a figure that he immediately recognized from the two large horns protruding from the surface of the wall. Minotaur. Loki did not stay behind to fight with the Minotaur. He was in a disadvantaged position if he used his current place as a fighting arena since it was too cramped and he could be attacked from anywhere since the Minotaur could seemingly travel through walls. So Loki decided, I need to run. Taking quick steps through the corridor, Loki was suddenly reminded of the other problem that he was facing. With each step that he took, it felt like his mind was being slowly eroded from its sense of time. Each step felt like it pushed him a year further in his life. Each step made him feel like the Minotaur that was chasing him and hot on his heels had stopped chasing him a year earlier. But each time he stopped to look back, Loki found the Minotaur right behind him. Making sure not to pay attention to his sense of time and trusting his instincts that forced him to run, Loki started rushing through the corridor. But only after a few minutes, when Loki found himself much deeper in the corridor, did he spot something at its end. A dead end. Did I miss a turn somewhere? Loki wanted to turn back and look, but he could also feel the hot breath of the Minotaur touching him through the walls. It felt like the Minotaur was breathing fire and Loki didn't want to be anywhere near it. Loki's eyes squinted as he struggled to make out what appeared to be the end of the corridor before he finally saw it. Left. So it's not a dead end. Someone had scratched the word on the wall, leaving Loki to try and figure out if the person is well-meaning and wanted to team up or if it was a trap. With the Minotaur behind him and the writing ahead of him, Loki didn't have time to divine anything, and so he started to think rapidly. There was only one other person that left the dormitory. And that person most likely came across the table I had before me. Is he really trying to help me? But he probably took everything that was on the table and was meant to help the other participants of this competition to sabotage them. Right it is. Loki estimated the position of the Minotaur behind him from the faint shadows that were cast in front of him before flicking his wand under his feet. A section of the ground was suddenly transfigured into a small raised barrier that sprouted in between the Minotaur's legs and caused it to crash. Loki used the few moments that had been given to him to stick to the right side of the corridor before a stray thought struck him. What if he thought about using reverse psychology? Loki slammed hard into the wall to change his direction quickly, but his angle was rather strange. Instead of his shoulder bashing into the wall, it was his feet. Loki had decreased his weight by levitating his clothes to achieve the effect of wall walking. Loki glanced at the Minotaur that was still rushing towards him with a sneer before he jumped. Loki jumped from one wall to the other while maintaining his low-gravity state through the levitation charm as he sped through the corridor by dragging himself with the help of a sticky rope. His sense of time still remained distorted, but Loki had a new aim in mind apart from escaping the Minotaur. I should find whoever was here before me. They likely know or have a way to defend themselves against the Minotaur in some way since they had the time to scratch a fake sign onto the wall. Loki's eyes narrowed as he quickly dragged himself up the corridor, looking back every once in a while occasionally as he kept track of the Minotaur that was now swimming through the wall to keep up with Loki's speed. He was able to gain momentum around corners since he was flying while the Minotaur had to stop, but it was quick to gain ground by swimming too. After a while of Loki rushing, the Minotaur was slowly catching up to him even at his ridiculous pace. Should I cast that symbol? I mean, I know it's the symbol of the Paragon pathway, so it isn't something terrible for me to do, except maybe angering the true god of the pathway a little or annoying him. But no, there is possibly an easier way to do this. Loki shook his head. I should search for my teammate before trying something so unplanned and dangerous. Loki kept running, creating occasional blocks by quickly transfiguring the wall to see if any other elements would keep the Minotaur trapped behind it, but they didn't work. The Minotaur could swim through virtually anything that Loki had tried, and it did it efficiently too. But after a few minutes or years of running around, Loki quickly started to feel breathless. Not because he was losing stamina, but because of his distorted sense of time. He felt terribly alone for having spent such a long time without doing anything. Even though he knew that he was being made to feel this way, he worried about Elaine. Worrying if she was alright or if something had happened to her in the time he was gone. The thoughts weren't intentional, they just popped up and hovered at the edge of his sanity, calling out to him like the sweet whispers of a siren. Loki's face had gone from being excited about the mission to a much more neutral expression and lastly settled on a frown. His mental tiredness was growing and Loki was constantly thinking about giving up and letting the Minotaur capture him, since he was sure that the Flammel couple were nice enough that they wouldn't let something terrible happen to him. But the only thing that kept him going was the fact that it was all a test. Suddenly, however, Loki heard a strange sound. Sob sob sniffle sniffle sob sob. Someone's crying. Instead of an even deeper frown or worry about what the sound was, Loki's face beamed into a smile. It's either a trap or my teammate. Whichever it is, it's an opportunity to lose the damn Minotaur behind me. I'm getting very tired of the constant grunts and whistles the damn thing keeps making. Loki's speed picked up and he suddenly found himself turning around a corner for the sobbing sounds and sniffles to have vanished. A trap, Loki thought quickly. Or the person has become aware of me and the Minotaur. If so, hello. Can you hear me? The voice shouted, its echoes resounding throughout the structure. A girl. Loki became wary, wondering if it was a trap, but the next words calmed him down if only a little. I have the invisibility device. It keeps me away from all the creatures in J maze. Loki was tempted to stop there and think about what the girl was saying, but the Minotaur was catching up. All the creatures. There are more in this place. How come I haven't met a single one yet then? The voice sounded out once more and Loki realized why he was only being chased by the Minotaur. The animals are all around me. From J next corridor make a sharp right. I will meet you ahead. Do not come into the left corridor. There are many creatures here. Loki's shining face turned into a frown once more as he wondered what he would do. Could she have faked her crying and sobbing? I mean, she could have heard me first and then pretended to be sobbing and crying before trying to spring this trap on me for some reason. Loki looked ahead at the approaching turn that was coming up and then looked at the Minotaur behind him. Loki quickly flicked his wand and landed on the floor of the corridor as he started using his legs to run once again. His first few steps were hesitant since he was worried that he hadn't used his legs in a long time and that they'd atrophied, but to his surprise and happiness, they worked just fine. Now on his legs once again, Loki flicked his wand while chanting a simple spell. Parva Glacius Pharaoh. A sharp ice blade formed out of Loki's wand and he quickly took a few short but quick breaths to steady himself as he tossed the knife he was using to the other end of the corridor. To another person, this act would have seemed meaningless, but to Loki in his sharp vision, he was able to catch the reflections on the ice knife as it shot out of his hand and embedded itself into the wall. This allowed Loki to see around the corner without wasting time traveling to it. And what Loki saw made him sigh a little in relief, since there actually was a horde of monsters there, trying to dig through a wall that had been skillfully set up and transfigured. She could have used some sort of illusion magic or some Beyonder ability to set them up, but I don't have the time to test that hypothesis. Let's trust her this once. Loki quickly ducked as a hand arrived at him through the wall, trying to grab his throat, before he rushed once again, moving towards the right corridor that the girl had told him to use. The trick with the ice knife had wasted Loki's time a little, but he quickly used all the energy in his body to keep running through the corridor that the girl had asked him to use. And after turning around another corner, Loki finally laid his eyes on his teammate. Damn. Loki almost stumbled because he was about to fumble his steps since for a moment he almost lost himself. Hell is that girl from the demoness pathway. Loki wanted to stop since that would mean he was walking towards an assassin, but seeing the real tear stains on her cheeks and the device she was holding, Loki chose to trust her. Still, he quickly primed his wand and hid a new ice knife inside his robes. Any precaution is better than being stabbed in the back. Over here, the girl shouted in obvious joy. Loki was a little unsure about the girl's joy since the Minotaur behind him hadn't stopped for anything else, but since he'd decided to trust her, he kept running. However, as soon as Loki reached her, he saw her pull out her wand with an angry smile. A trap. Loki ducked under the rosewood wand that was pointed at him just in time as he noticed a burst of fire erupt out of it. Because he couldn't stop his momentum, Loki was forced to run past the girl before he was able to come to a skidding halt. He turned around with a quick jump to reset his posture and pulled out his wand, which was primed and ready to blow up the girl if things demanded it. But he didn't fire out any spells for the sole reason that the girl's wand hadn't followed him. She was still pointing her wand at something random in the air, not even at the Minotaur. The girl flicked her hand and caused the curtain of fire that had erupted to fly in the direction she was pointing at. All of a sudden the flaming curtain wrapped around something in the air before a shrill screech erupted out to reveal a long slimy octopus that was stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. Loki's eyes narrowed dangerously. That thing was following me. Since when? But the girl didn't give Loki more time to figure things out. Instead, she shoved the device that was in her hand into the air after tapping it with her wand in specific spots. Almost instantly, Loki saw a thin ethereal barrier spill out of the device as it passed over both the girl and himself. It stuck around their bodies, causing Loki to feel like he'd been granted a second skin on top of his normal body. His body had a soft golden glow to it, but Loki didn't have time to understand what it was since the Minotaur and the cooked octopus were still almost flying towards him. He felt a sudden jerk and found the girl pulling him towards herself, and he was out of the path of the two monsters. Under Loki's surprised gaze, he found the Minotaur and the cooked octopus rushing away from them without disturbing them even once. Oh, so the device makes us invisible to them. As if the girl had read his mind, she spoke quickly. Device marks us with the blessing of the god of steam and machinery. Loki nodded while looking at the device that was in the girl's hands before he noticed its glow, slowly, dimming down. Can it not be used forever? The girl shook her head. It will only work for 3.5 decades more. Loki's eyes narrowed at the girl as he realized her sense of time seemed to have been warped deeply. He felt a little pity for her but didn't try and argue with her about it for now. Is that why she was crying and sobbing? Because she thought someone abandoned her. Single quote. So the device will work for about a few dozen minutes more. My name is Fleur. Fleur Delacour. I heard that name somewhere before. Where? Loki wondered. Ah, the Delacour family that holds the assassin pathway. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell me about it? About the one in France. But that strange ring on her finger, why does it feel so precious and at the same time dangerous? With his suspicions about Fleur being an assassin confirmed, Loki introduced himself. I am Loki, an orphan. Fleur nodded before explaining her current state. Monsters can adapt to whatever attacks you launch at Gem. Any spell you shoot to Gem once doesn't work again. Loki's pupils narrowed at that information and he nodded in understanding before asking the question that was confusing him a little. Have you figured out what we're supposed to do here? Loki asked and Fleur nodded quickly. We are supposed to fix runic arrangement on a portal. I suspect it will get us out of here. A portal? Like the door that we came in through? Loki asked, slightly puzzled. Fleur took a little time to understand what Loki said, but she nodded in the end after faintly remembering the door that they had used to enter the labyrinthian corridors. Similar. A smile formed on Loki's face. Is that all we have to do? Figure out a solution for the door. Fleur frowned slightly. It is not easy. Loki's smile only deepened. We won't know unless we try, won't we? Fleur's frown only deepened after hearing Loki's overconfident statement, but she just shook her head and started walking away. Follow me. Where to, my dear princess? Fleur's head snapped towards Loki faster than an exploding kernel as she looked at him with a glare and unspoken threat. I am not your princess. Loki laughed a little and raised his hands in surrender. Fleur mumbled something and Loki was sure it sounded something like, Gabrielle is J, only one Zot can call me her princess. Causing Loki's eyes to narrow at the statement. Gabrielle. Her friend. No, she'd have long forgotten about them by now. Unless, she's like me. Loki looked at Fleur for a few seconds before fixing his expression as he continued following her. It took a while, but with the protection of the device that Fleur was carrying, they arrived at a pathway that Fleur had marked. The marks were small unnoticeable patches of spirituality that Fleur had left behind to mark the area and keep track of where she had been. Throughout their entire journey on the pathway, Loki was constantly amazed about how the creatures all decided to ignore him and Fleur so easily no matter what they did. Even the times Loki stabbed his wand into one of them, it didn't react, only laying there as if Loki hadn't done anything to it. Loki analyzed the door frame or portal, as Fleur had taken to calling it, that was in the middle of the corridor, around which were several creatures relaxing and hanging upside down from the ceilings or hanging on another creature that was hanging upside down. There were even a few that were sleeping inside the walls, and Loki only noticed them because of the dents that they made in the wall because of their body protruding or sinking into the wall at organic angles. Eventually, however, Loki moved to the portal and looked at the runes that had been etched on it by Fleur. So they'll be powered by the device that is currently protecting us. I see. And it'll take about 3 minutes to power the portal. Is that why she was worried? Worried about fighting so many of these creatures? Wait, this thing. The hell? Loki's eyes almost widened sharply, but he controlled his expression with tremendous effort at the last second. Before giving out a fake nod of understanding as he studied the runes that Fleur had carved all around the frame with great interest. Difficult. Fleur heard those words and then asked her question, can you do it? It was clear she wanted to know if Loki could reduce the time it would take for the portal to activate. Loki shook his head, but just as Fleur was about to begin crying again, he spoke. It's going to be difficult to work with the runes you've already carved since they're wrong in several places. I can probably reduce the time it'll take to about 10 days. Fleur's eyes widened at that information, but Loki didn't care, he only continued speaking. In fact, if you are able to handle the monsters for that amount of time by yourself, I will be able to speed up the process even further by optimizing the rune pathways on it while it is working all by myself. That'll probably knock off another 4 or 5 days of the time we need to stay here. Fleur's eyes trembled at that and she quickly looked at Loki and spoke calmly. I'll do it. Loki smiled before nodding and getting to work on the door frame because his mind was already in calamitous chaos. I didn't mention it to her. But clearly this door is made with the Beander characteristic of someone from the door pathway. How? Why? And where did they get this? Do the Flamels know something about the Lord of the Mysteries pathways? Loki stared at the slot at the top of the door that the device protecting them was supposed to deliver power to and analyzed it for a while. The constant buzz that he had been hearing seemed to come from inside the currently empty door. Is there something on the other side? Loki pondered on this question for a few seconds before turning away. Suddenly, his wand flicked like an orchestra conductor, each flick carving new runes into the doorframe as Loki found himself adjusting Fleur's mistakes made because of her half-baked technique and skill. He had a frown as he worked through all the mistakes that Fleur had made since she'd transfigured the wood at several points to try again after making mistakes. This made the consistency of the wood strange and uneven, which was causing Loki to make more mistakes himself. How much longer? Fleur asked patiently as she looked at all the creatures around them. Loki noticed her studying his work and explained calmly, since he understood that although he knew only a few minutes had passed, it had been a few years for Fleur. I don't need to do much. I just have to rewrite the few runes that you wrote, which only allow a single person to pass through the door. After that it'll be done. Fleur's eyes lit up as she studied the runes Loki had drawn and quickly found a slight admiration for him. You did good. Fleur cheered while patting Loki's shoulder. First test done, Loki thought while looking at Fleur through the corner of his eye. I still don't trust her, but perhaps she's just not as eager as I thought. Or does she just want to do it when she's fully sure? Loki went back to meddling with the runes and he was done not before long. Fleur, could you slot in the device you have in your hands to activate the device? Fleur looked at Loki with narrowed eyes before she asked, is it due? Nay. Loki nodded, you don't need to worry about it. As soon as you slot it in, go back to protecting me and I'll focus on enhancing the runes so that we can get out of here. Fleur closed her eyes, and took a deep breath before she nodded. You have been agreed, LP. My pleasure. Loki teased with a slightly exaggerated nod, but his mind was thinking something else. Will she take the bait? Fleur looked at the device in her hands before she slotted it into the top of the device. She was a little taller than Loki and hence could reach the top of the door easier than him, which caused him to frown a little. Why am I still so short? While Loki was distracted, Fleur finished bringing the device in her hands closer to the slot and the changes were almost instantaneous. The device began to hum and buzz as it got closer to the slot while the glow around Loki's and Fleur's bodies started to flicker as if the thing powering it was going out of fuel. Loki's eyes snapped to the device and as soon as he looked at it, Fleur stuffed the device into the slot with a soft click. Loki quickly looked around and saw that all the creatures in the room were looking around in a panic as they looked to find out what exactly was going on. Loki's eyes narrowed at their reactions while Fleur kept looking at the slot that was now powering the door. I guess I made the right choice. Loki turned back towards Fleur and spoke calmly, why did you use magic to stop the other people from hearing the buzz? Fleur's eyes widened as the door frame powered up and she spoke calmly. I was so worried that no one else would wake up and come around to help me, Fleur said in a soft tone while looking down at Loki as he was shorter than her before putting her hand on his shoulder and squeezing it lightly to thank him. I probably would have gone insane if I would have remained stuck here for longer. Loki was about to speak but was forced to swallow his words when he felt Fleur's grip over his shoulder tighten. But I'm sorry, you'll have to stay here, Fleur said almost instantly as she twisted Loki's arm around and pushed him to the floor while holding her wand on his neck. That hurts, Loki complained with a roll of his eyes. He'd realized something like this might happen in case Fleur wanted to pull something off at the last second since she was still going to need to protect him while the artifact was on the doorframe, so he threw out a test. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, Fleur did what he'd anticipated. Well, whatever. I never wanted to go into that thing first. Who knows if it is even the real exit? Loki thought as he looked at Fleur, who had shot an incarcerous spell at him to tie him up in ropes. Loki had a dull look in his eye while Fleur was smiling and beaming with joy. Sorry for not, taking you ing little boy Loki. But I need to win this for my sister. Loki's childish competitive hatred for Fleur melted slightly when he heard her talk about a sister, but he didn't let it show on his face. Yet he was still a little worried. What does she mean by needing to win this for her sister? Did the Flammels kidnap her or something? Loki frowned but he didn't argue back as he saw Fleur levitate him towards the monsters around them before creating several walls around herself and the door portal while watching the device direct power away from their invisibility shield towards the door frame itself. Loki, being out of Fleur's view, calmly looked at the creatures that had all gotten up and were looking around until he finally made eye contact with one of them. The creature looked at him and grunted, pushing out a sudden gush of air as it began walking closer to Loki, whose presence was slowly being revealed. Except as soon as the creature took a step, its body suddenly shivered. Loki looked at the creature, and then at all the others that had also decided to freeze in their places. Damn, I knew I was right, but who thought I would be this right? Loki looked in Fleur's direction and let her act as bait for him so that he could escape. Flicking his wand quickly, Loki used the ice blade he had on him to cut through the ropes before he stood up and sent one last look in Fleur's direction before he ran away from the place. Fleur, on the other hand, looked at the portal door with eagerness as she heard several clicks come out of the door frame. Her eagerness grew as the buzz that was ringing from the door grew with each passing moment. Gabrielle, I am going to bring the cure for you. Don't. Except that was when her words froze midway. A warm updraft began emerging out of the door frame as a swirling greenish mist formed in the frame before a sudden hand emerged out of the portal and grabbed the frame. Fleur, frozen stiff with shock, watched as a minotaur poked its head out of the portal before it looked around and locked onto Fleur's eyes. Gulp. Loki kept running along with the other creatures that were doing the same as him. His eyes darted around the corridor as he looked behind every few seconds to find the shortest distance to the next corner he could take to find cover. Loki wasn't afraid of the Minotaur. No, Loki was afraid of the absolute force of destruction he'd turned the gate into. Skidding behind a turn, Loki quickly took cover as he braced himself by holding his head in between his knees while covering the back of his neck with his intertwined fingers. 7. 6. A feminine scream interrupted Loki's counting, but he skipped past it once he realized it was just Fleur. 4, 3, 2, 0. BBB boom MMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMmmmm. The terrifying explosion sent out a fiery cloud gust through the corridors, roasting any animals that couldn't escape in time or just had poor survival instincts. Loki felt his skin burn and his hair singe, but he didn't look up or even attempt to scan through the area with his spirit vision. Loki stayed on the floor even as he felt like he heard the shrill screams of a girl behind the constant ringing sound in his ears because of the explosion. Even with his eyes closed, Loki felt like his body was swimming. He felt like his entire body was loosely joined together like noodles floating through the wind. The experience was surreal and felt incomprehensible at the same time. It was only after what felt like nearly a decade that Loki felt himself slipping out of the concussive state before he slowly lifted his head to look around. And what came into his only made him give out a derpy smile. "How did I do?" Loki asked. A few minutes ago, Nicholas along with Purnell were looking at the holographic projections on their walls while having traditional, royal, French snacks. They were having cake. "I'm feeling worried about them, honey," Purnell said, looking at the display with a small sad frown. "Weren't you the one that had the clever idea of dilating their sense of time?" Nicholas asked with a giggle as he watched Fleur fall onto her butt after realizing that her idea to stop other people from following her into the challenge was stupid and naive. "But, she's so heartbroken, should we get her out already? No one else is going to go in with what she's done, poor girl. It won't have any lasting effects. Don't worry about it, she deserved that for ruining the test level." Nicholas just waved his hand. Purnell was sad for a few more seconds until she suddenly saw Loki wake up from his bed and look around. Did the curse of sleeping not affect him? Purnell pointed out. Nicholas noticed it too and was having a slightly hard time explaining how Loki had stayed free from the curse that Fleur had laid on the room after using a charm that slowly sapped away the energy of everyone in the room so that they would go into a deep sleep. It wasn't a slumber charm. It was a charm from the demoness pathway, and Loki had somehow casually withstood its effects. Well, he fell back asleep. Just as Nicholas was about to dismiss it as a freak accident, he suddenly saw Loki stand up again and walk around to try and figure out what was going on. Both Purnell and Nicholas were interested now. Nicholas looked even more interested than usual since he had started clipping his nails against each other as he carefully observed Loki's actions. Soon they saw Loki arrive at the door that led him to a different space from where he eventually arrived at the wooden table before he broke out into a run because of the Minotaur. Nicholas and Purnell relaxed a little after they saw Loki acting perfectly normally and quickly started to stuff their faces with cake after they saw him running around the corridor maze while being chased by the Minotaur. "Loki still isn't going to be enough to take down all those people alone, honey," Purnell gently reminded, but Nicholas suddenly brought up a valid point that she had overlooked because she wasn't thinking very much. Why hasn't he used his ability from the darkness pathway to put the Minotaur to sleep? Purnell's eyes narrowed when she was forcefully reminded that. She carefully tried to analyze if there was a valid reason for him to choose not to do so. Perhaps he realized that he couldn't use them since he figured out that if he could use it, the person there before him would have already killed the Minotaur with their own abilities. I'm sure he's sharp enough to realize that he was the weakest among all our participants this year. Perhaps. Nicholas and Purnell began to carefully watch Loki this time around since they wanted to understand his actions. They saw how Loki followed Fleur innocently, but that was when both Purnell and Nicholas quickly stood up from their sofas as soon as they saw Loki finish scratching the final runes into the door they'd discovered. He figured out she was only waiting to betray him. Purnell shouted before quickly flicking her wrist and causing an ethereal white door to emerge at the location beside her. Nicholas nodded and quickly turned into a white mist that shot into the door, opening it with force as Purnell watched the explosion happen in real time. Nicholas was there in moments and flicked his wrist to gain control of the walls around himself and force them all to collapse into one large thick wall box that contained the explosion and all the other creatures inside it so that it wouldn't spread to the rest of the spirit world. With the explosion area cleared out, Nicholas stretched his fingers as he captured and dragged down the temperature of the explosion to a manageable degree that only caused a few boils to appear on Fleur and Loki's skin while it passed over and around their bodies. Fleur had long since fainted because of the sudden disturbance in the spirit world caused by Loki's explosion that sent her senses haywire because of an overload. Loki himself was still sitting in the position he used to brace for impact to ride out the explosion, leaving his mental state a swimming and stretching mess as his explosions caused ripples to appear through the very fabric of the spirit world. Nicholas picked up Fleur's body and tossed it out of the door and at Purnell while he walked towards Loki with a frown on his face. It was at this moment that Loki noticed someone walk up to him as he looked up, and despite the deep frown that Nicholas was giving him, he asked, "How did I do?" Nicholas felt his 500-year-old self roar with annoyance at what the boy had done. He wanted to do nothing other than beat up the boy to teach him a little lesson so that he wouldn't do something so stupid ever again, but then sighed when he saw the boy simply collapse after realizing he was in safe hands. Nicholas picked up the boy by his collar and then swiftly walked out of the door and up to Purnell, who was already treating Fleur by acting as a medi-witch. "Is he all right?" Purnell asked without looking up from Fleur. Nicholas shook his head. "No, his spirit body suffered a little. It isn't as bad as her, but it's still not good." Sigh. "I told you this wasn't a good idea." Nicholas frowned but said nothing. Instead he just flicked his finger at Loki's forehead a few times before he calmed down. Those were all creatures I'd painstakingly built. Over half a millennia. He still wanted to wake Loki up and slap him a few times, but he let the boy rest, for now. Ga, Bree, yay. Loki heard stray murmurings that sounded more like a cat than a human and woke up. He pushed himself off of his bed before looking around the area to orient himself with his position. "Where am I?" "The Flammel's home," Loki concluded after he noticed several objects with small spirit bodies in his spirit vision. Loki's gaze finally rested on the girl who was sleeping a little away from him on a different bed and narrowed slightly. "So she's all right. Well, at least my plan worked." A sudden shadow extended from the door of the room and landed on Loki's face, causing him to look around at the person patiently looking at him from afar. Loki's spirit vision automatically turned off as he looked at the person, but he didn't know what to say when he saw Nicholas standing at the door with an annoyed smile. "You finally woke up. How long have I been out?" "Not long, only a few hours." Loki nodded as things started to straighten out in his mind. Now that he was out of the endless corridors, he felt his head clear up and time was no longer an issue that he had to constantly deal with. That was when he noticed Fleur's body twitch a little before it went completely still again, causing an unprompted thought to come up in his mind that made him smirk a little. "By the way, who won the test?" Loki asked randomly. Nicholas frowned for a second, but then he saw Fleur had awoken too and winked at Loki before answering him. "Well, normally there wouldn't have been a clear winner since not all the participants were allowed into the competition. But, considering the extenuating circumstances, I must say, you adapted to the situation cleverly, Loki. I would have to say, you surprised us all with your methods and techniques. Before I reveal the winner, could you explain to me what your idea was to capture the demon Minotaur?" Loki nodded quickly and explained. "I knew we couldn't fight him off easily, so I made sure that the second he would even partially step out of the door portal it would blow up like an explosive. Nicholas looked a little annoyed after he was forced to remember the event, but he asked again. And how did you blow up the door portal? I recognized that we were in the spirit world once I saw the runes on the door frame. They were acting as an anchor to connect a place in the real world to the corresponding place in the spirit world. So what? Why was that crucial in your plan? Well, the thing is, I had an idea after I saw the runes on the device that kept us invisible. The runes on the device, although not very recognizable even to advanced enthusiasts, I recognized it since I know about various pathways from the Black family records and since I'm a Beander. The symbol etched on the device was what represented the Savant pathway in mysticism. You were right. Nicholas nodded to confirm Loki's explanation. My idea was that since the god of steam and machinery can interfere in this part of the spirit world, I assumed other gods could too if I gave them an anchor in it. So I carved out the runes of 3 different gods into the door frame. Nicholas's brows twitched and Loki saw Fleur halting her breath. I carved into the door the symbol for the god of combat, the god of steam and machinery, and the primordial demoness. Normally you'd need to perform a ritual to form a charm out of their symbols, but I didn't want a charm, I just wanted chaos so that I could escape while killing whatever was inside the door. There was a tense silence as Loki said those words, but he continued as if he hadn't said anything crazy. And so when the door activated, it also charged up all the other symbols, resulting in their domains clashing before the door exploded in chaos due to their reactions, killing the Minotaur demon in the process. Nicholas looked at Loki with annoyance for a few seconds before he sighed and nodded before revealing what he had planned to say all along. And so because of your clever use of the resources you had to finish the task of defeating the Minotaur demon in spite of lacking the other people, I say that you've clearly taken the cake. You win. Loki laughed creepily when he heard that, but just as he was about to tease Fleur about it, he suddenly saw her bolt up straight and look at Nicholas with a profound sense of sorrow and sadness. But, no. Nicholas looked at her with a small scowl before responding softly, you must reflect on your actions. We will be suspending the final stage of the competition to accept and teach everyone else during the next 30 days, but you will not be one of them. Fleur looked heartbroken. But monsieur, I need the elixir of life, for my sister. Nicholas looked at her with an even deeper frown before shaking his head and turning away. Come to the other room once you are ready, Loki. I have a few things planned for you separately. People with your skill shouldn't waste their time. You've got a lot to learn. Loki's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, but then he heard a soft sob from beside himself. He looked at Nicholas's fading back with a slight sense of guilt before turning to Fleur. Would it be all right to give her 1 drop from my own stash? Loki looked at Nicholas again and shook his head. No. He knows what he is doing. I shouldn't go against his wishes so easily. But if something happened to Elaine, I don't know what I'd do. If that was the case, I probably wouldn't even remain sane. Loki pushed himself out of the bed and rushed to Nicholas, following him, leaving Fleur to continue crying. He didn't even tease her for being a loser since she looked so terrible. But he did notice the strange ring on her finger. Who made that thing? Why is it so valuable? Nicholas looked at Loki when he walked beside him and spoke quickly. If you had given your stash of the elixir to her, I would have tossed you out. Loki nearly felt his heart skip a beat. You knew I had some. How? I put all of mine above the gray fog. In the Saphira castle. Albus told me. Nicholas said nonchalantly. Ah, makes sense. Loki nodded. But before Loki could think about it further, Nicholas suddenly spoke with a little bit of fear. Good luck. I hope you can remain alive and come out of this with your body intact. Before Loki could think further, they stepped out into the large hall that Loki had seen on the first day when he was there. Inside the hall, there was a single figure glaring at him like he'd killed their closest family member. It was Pranell. She looked at Loki with fuming anger. Loki shivered as soon as he met her gaze. Almost immediately, he felt her gaze touch his soul for a few seconds before it stopped as she looked at him with even more anger. Before Loki could even react, he found Pranell beside himself, holding his ear and pinching it between her fingers as she spoke directly into it. Like she was making sure that by widening his ear hole she could get her words into his brain faster. Do you know how risky it is to attract the attention of another deity in the spirit world? What are you? A child. If you have so much knowledge about the different pathways, don't you know the first prerequisite that comes with all of it? To respect gods. Do you know how many rituals I had to conduct to explain to the various gods that you were just being foolish and weren't seriously disrespecting them? Boy, I will make sure to extract from you the price of each of those rituals. The precious materials that I had to expend just because of your stupidity. I'll make sure you work every bone in your body to pay them off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. It better. After hearing an earful from Purnell who scolded him for a few minutes, Loki was finally allowed to leave with Nicholas, who took him straight to his experimental room. But Loki stopped outside the door when he saw that Purnell also had an experimental room of her own. Mrs. Flamel is a savant too? Loki asked, since he hadn't gotten that impression from her. She felt scholarly, but she wasn't like Nicholas. She felt more like a detective than anything else because of how piercing her eyes looked. Nicholas shook his head. She's an angel in the reader pathway. Loki's eyes widened since he found it rather ridiculous that people from two different pathways could even marry each other, let alone become angels, but he didn't say anything directly, assuming it to be rude. Yet Nicholas seemed to have understood him since he stifled a short laugh before explaining. We were able to come together only because a true God helped reason with the others for us. Oh. Loki's brows shot up. Who is it? You aren't privy to such information. But I can say that he's better than me at alchemy and creating runic circuits too. Loki frowned as he tried thinking of anyone that fit those requirements and couldn't imagine any god as such except someone from the hermit pathway. But, I thought Rowena was most likely from the hermit pathway, perhaps she was from the paragon pathway instead. With no clear direct answer to his question, Loki looked into the room that Nicholas had just opened the door to. Welcome to my humble abode, Nicholas said dramatically while stepping aside to give Loki the full view. And Loki was mind blown. There were several trinkets around the room that ticked away at different paces as if keeping time for different things, while several potions swirled around in containers that were hung around them, acting as weights to their differently sized pendulums. There were also several creatures that Loki recognized to be alchemical puppets after seeing how they were steampunked with fittings like an exhaust or wheels for legs. The movement of each puppet, however, was a lot more fluid than the ones he'd seen Folly make in his workshop. But what caught Loki's attention the most was a simple door frame that stood silently at the center of the room. Loki slowly walked up to it and began to examine it before he spoke softly. This door's like the one the Minotaur was inside of. How did you make these anyway? Why aren't they used instead of flow powder? Loki asked, wondering if Nicholas would let anything slip about the door pathway. Nicholas laughed and walked up to the door before silently waving his hand as he caused a portion of the runes to adjust themselves on the surface of the door frame to reveal a single Bjodner characteristic that was hidden deep within it. It was a diamond, the size of an eye. External light was constantly refracted by the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the radiance of the stars. Loki recognized it almost instantly since it belonged to the sequence 7 astrologer of the door pathway. But Nicholas's answer to it was slightly different from what he'd expected. It's the Bjodner characteristic of a pathway that doesn't belong to the 19 standard pathways on Earth. I can't tell you yet about what it actually belongs to, but you should remember that only the demons and devils use this pathway because they are wrought with corruption. Loki frowned almost as soon as he heard those words. If it was just corruption that was the issue, anyone from the sun pathway could have purified them. So it isn't simple corruption, an outer god, her. Was my guess earlier that she ruled over all the 3 other pathways, right? Loki nodded anyway to Nicholas's explanation and then asked, if it is a corrupted pathway, then how are you able to use the Bjodner characteristics? Nicholas sighed audibly. This is one of the rare and only Bjodner characteristics that isn't corrupted. It was given to me by someone in the past as a gift. But the pathway that this Beyonder characteristic belongs to is still corrupted, and hence no Beyonders of this pathway are ever created. There was a slight pause, but Nicholas continued. Any found or immediately killed. Loki nodded, thinking that was all Nicholas would say, but he continued. But the reason I am warning you about this is because you need to know that all the Beyonder characteristics that belong to this pathway are used to seal away the corrupted demons of the Abyss pathway. They are extremely important, so if you find one, make sure to bring it to someone you trust. Sacrificing it preferably to a true god would be the best, and you'd gain a strong favor from them too. So always remember not to mess with this pathway. Loki nodded but asked, why are you telling me about this anyway? Nicholas just shook his head and explained, several great alchemists have been tempted by this pathway before. Loki felt that Nicholas was hiding something from him, but he didn't say anything else to pry out his secrets. After all, if an angel felt that it wasn't safe to talk about, he wasn't someone who wanted to stick his neck out. From the next day, Loki woke up early each day, spending nearly 3 hours working with Nicholas Flamel on various projects, learning an immense amount of things each day. Nicholas then began to teach Loki all he knew about alchemy. Loki found it a little hard to pick up in the beginning when Nicholas was practically rushing through with his speed, but Loki soon got used to the pace once he paid attention to the best of his abilities. Together, they worked on things like wards to add to wands so that they become impossible to use for anyone but their owners, and wards that would alert Loki of any people nearby with bad intentions. But what interested Loki the most was something new that Nicholas promised to teach him. If you are able to complete the test and make the item I asked you to make, I will teach you how to make an alchemical puppet. Loki's eyes shone at this trade, since he found it incredibly helpful for the plan he'd gotten in his mind from the moment he'd met the Flamels. Loki looked at the ring that was in his hands and then examined the ring on the table. The ring in his hand was what he was working on, while the one on the table was what Nicholas had made in his childhood. The rings had a simple but practical use. They were made to teleport anything that was contaminated by your spirituality directly to you. Although the alchemical puppet was important to Loki, he was also interested in these rings because he wanted to see if he could make a device that would allow him to teleport objects inside the Saphira castle to himself whenever he wanted. Originally, this was an ability that Cleon had gotten only after he became a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries, but Loki hoped using an item like this would give him a similar power since he was the ruler of the Saphira castle. But there was also another reason that Loki had been wanting to finish Nicholas's test soon. It was because, over the days, Nicholas had started to get more and more worried about Loki for some reason. So Loki wanted to learn everything from Nicholas just in case the old man suddenly decided not to teach him anything anymore. Perhaps he's just worried about Fleur. Loki thought to himself, since over the last few weeks Fleur had stopped eating well. She was still in the Flamel's house and she tried to stay active by helping Purnell with her tasks. But her stability was clearly deteriorating. Loki would often catch her crying herself to sleep during the night after she spoke to her little sister. Loki had learnt by spying on her that Gabrielle was dying. She'd been afflicted by a curse due to one of Fleur's own experiments and hence currently needed to be cured. She'd already tried contacting Cheek using rituals for help, but for some reason Cheek had stopped responding to any rituals related to her altogether from the last few weeks. So, Loki was feeling guilty himself. But what interested him the most was the ring on Fleur's fingers. Is she a candidate? Examining the ring once Loki finished it, Nicholas nodded with a frown. Your runic arrangements, they're always so efficient. I've only ever seen them once in my life. Loki rolled his eyes, not because he was disinterested in this information, but because Nicholas would never elaborate on what he meant by these words. Loki had tried to get him to speak more about it, trying to even put pressure onto Nicholas through Purnell, but the both of them would suddenly pretend like they didn't know what he was talking about when he asked them about it. Old man, teach me how to make an alchemical puppet. Loki complained, and just to take revenge he added, I need it for my super secret plan that I have and want to implement. It was Nicholas's turn to roll his eyes this time, since he knew Loki was trying to get back at him. Shaking his head for a second, Nicholas finally stowed away the item teleportation ring and looked at Loki with a serious glimmer in his eyes. What I'm about to teach you involves deep secrets about magic that not many people know about. It involves things that not even the greatest wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore, knows about. Loki frowned. I thought you were teaching me about alchemical puppets, not. Nicholas sighed. The creation of alchemical puppets is something that is limited only to those from the Savant and the Planter pathways. It can't be simply taught to you without you being from those pathways. Then, Loki was a little stuck, not understanding how to feel about this since his long-term plans going forward depended on this ability. The trick for being able to pull off abilities from another pathway is that you understand their runic structures. Ergo, you understand their basic components which draw on their sources for power. Sources for power. True go. Nicholas, as if having noticed Loki's thoughts, nodded with a smile. The basis and the secret of all magics are true gods. It is from them that all people are able to perform magic. Loki's mouth hung open a little. Didn't Salazar say something similar in his book about my wand? But how does that even work? Why would the true gods even work together in such a way to help random people that aren't even beyonders to do magic? Don't worry about all that for now. What I want you to focus on for today is your ability to make alchemical puppets. Nicholas said with a mean smile that caused Loki to frown. The hell did you tell me all that for, you old man? Just to torture me. The secret behind being able to make alchemical puppets is the ability to separate a part of your soul naturally, which you can't yet do because you aren't even a demigod yet, so we're going to replace it with two other alternatives, souls of animals and the remnant wills and Beander characteristics. Loki didn't argue with Nicholas, knowing that changing his mind about anything was nearly impossible, so he kept silent and continued to listen, trying to absorb all his knowledge so that he wouldn't miss anything important. Nicholas then caught a random creature that was resting on the desk of his workshop and pointed his finger at it. The method to capture a soul is rather easy since it can be performed by casting a simple spell. Hippity hoppity, your soul is now my property. As soon as Nicholas finished speaking, a golden glow emerged from his finger before a sort of suction force pulled out what looked like a tiny white orb from the creature that Loki recognized as the soul since he'd fed plenty of them to the Ring of Harvest before. But, that spell. Yes, I know that wasn't a real spell. But I will only give you the spell as a reward if you are able to actually make an entire alchemical puppet until the last stage that requires a soul. Nicholas teased, causing Loki to shake his head in a pseudo-disappointed and pseudo-motivated manner. As such, Loki began to work earnestly on building a simple alchemical puppet whose sole purpose was to pass butter around the table when someone asked for it. Although simple, there were several things he had to learn to be able to make them, from things like making moving joints to things like runes that would help the puppet develop a sense for where everything around them was and be able to recognize objects by simply looking at them. It was complicated and took well over a couple of weeks to get right. And even then, Loki's first alchemical puppet was held by duct tape that he didn't know how to properly use. I can't help but feel amazed that this thing passed my tests, Nicholas complained as he looked at the little puppet on the table that was standing still on its two wheels as it looked straight ahead at Butter. It wasn't moving since it lacked a soul. But Loki had made it able to stand on its own without toppling over using a few runic circuits, which was a feat in itself. Eventually, after Nicholas examined its joints and runes, he nodded. Fine. I'll teach you about runic spell casting. Runic spell casting? The hell kind of name is that? Loki thought, a little intimidated. This is not something that I even taught Albus. Nicholas said in a slightly reminiscing tone. Huh, the headmaster. Then why are you teaching it to me? Loki asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Huh, look at you. You dare think I'll ask you for something in exchange for teaching you this? Brat, you don't even have anything to give to me. Then why are you teaching me something that you didn't even teach the headmaster? Nicholas looked out of the window for a while, and then spoke casually. Didn't I tell you I'd give it to you as a reward for passing the test, you prat? Are you even questioning your teacher now? Loki looked at the old man, clearly not buying his reasoning, but he didn't think much and went back to paying attention to his every word, since whatever it was, this seemed rather important. First of all, before we give it a soul, you must know how to make a holder for it. Follow this blueprint and etch these runes onto the puppet, Nicholas said, handing over to Loki a thin booklet that had about 10 or so pages in it. Loki frowned, since this meant that he had to work longer while staying in the dark, but he knew that this would already give him a few leads on what he was about to do, so he didn't resist much. Suddenly, however, Purnell entered the room and grabbed Loki by his shoulders. "Loki, I told you not to be late for our tea parties. Come, we have to finish the book we started. At the rate it's going, we won't finish it before you leave," Purnell complained, dragging away Loki without even giving him a chance to complain. Loki sent a helpless, "Save me" look at Nicholas, but the man just laughed in his face. "At least etch those runes onto the Butterfetcher 9000 for me," Loki shouted, but Nicholas just laughed again. "Huh, sure, I'll leave it for when you get back." Loki frowned, but he knew Nicholas wouldn't budge. "It's a craftsman's duty to see their craft to the end," was his motto, and he wouldn't budge on it no matter what. "Teach it to me. Teach me how to capture souls," Loki demanded as he looked at Nicholas indignantly, since Nicholas had delayed teaching him about it for a few days already. "I'll teach it to you, you nosy brat," Nicholas said, waving his wand for the first time as he looked at Loki with a frustrated expression. "Why does it look like you don't want to, but you're doing it anyway?" "It doesn't matter." Nicholas shook his head and diverted the topic by asking him a question. "Tell me, what do you think about how spells are normally cast? We mold our spirituality into different geometric shapes and cause it to manifest different spells in various ways. If that's the case, why do you think those random shapes of your spirituality are related to the spell in any way?" Nicholas asked with a smile. Loki paused to think about the question he had never pondered in depth before, so he spent some time with his eyes closed, thinking about everything he'd learned about magic. What use is making the shapes of spirituality? How does it even summon a spell in the first place? I mean, I did create a spell that causes elements to focus into a needle and be launched, but how did those runes create the spell? How do the runes that I engrave into various materials even give them the required effects? Loki's brows furrowed and he pinched his chin in between his fingers as he thought about all that he'd ever known about magic. Suddenly a stray thought shot past his mind. Didn't Salazar Slytherin's book say Rowena Ravenclaw created magic? A few thoughts in his mind connected and a spark lit up his mind as he came up with a corresponding theory, making his brows furrow further. His thoughts on the issue were simple. Perhaps the runes are just symbols of various gods and goddesses. And wizards giving out their spirituality in hopes of performing magic is just a simple initiation of a ritual. In simpler words, someone makes a symbol using their spirituality, and this starts a ritual that is directed towards a particular god or a goddess. And when the gods and goddesses bless the ritual, the corresponding magic happens after combining the effects of them all. So Loki spoke calmly. Is it because the respective gods and goddesses bless the particular ritual of forming a shape with the help of spirituality that magic occurs? Like they are notified when a symbol from their domain is formed and then they bless with the corresponding magic. Nicholas gave a wide smile in response. You are right. But can you give me some proof about this happening? Proof? Loki felt stumped. How does one prove this? But since he asked, there must be something that I've missed about it all. Loki thought for a while and happened upon a thought. Why does this complicated system of magic need to exist in the first place? Why do gods and goddesses need to bless people performing magic for various effects to happen? Didn't Salazar say it was to build an army of powerful humans against her? So it was built to fight outer gods. Gods. Wait a second. This world doesn't have any temples for gods and goddesses, even angels, saints and demigods. Is it because of this? Because when a person performs a ritual that corresponds to multiple gods and goddesses, their blessing the ritual is akin to them having anchors. So not only is it to allow humanity to defend against outer gods, but also to maintain the mental stability of true gods. It gives them a connection with humanity and allows them to be able to fight off the corruption of the will of the original creator. Loki suddenly felt like he'd just happened on something big, causing his pupils to shrink as he paid full attention to the words that left his mouth next. One of the proofs is how true gods, angels, saints and demigods don't need any religious anchors to maintain their sanity. Loki said. Nicholas's smile only widened as he clapped his hands together. You're right, well mostly. But this is precisely the reason why magic works, because gods and goddesses need anchors to maintain their sanity. In what aspects am I wrong? You are wrong in one way, that is demigods, saints and angels don't know about this. Only true gods do, Nicholas said in a soft whisper. Well, except me and Purnell. Huh. Loki immediately remembered Walburga telling him how no one knew how magic worked, but then he looked at Nicholas. But, how do you know so much about this then? Ha ha ha, isn't that a great question? Nicholas laughed as he looked at Loki with a happy smile and spoke. It's because I've met a true god who kindly explained everything about it. That sounds like an excuse. I can take it if you don't want to tell me the real reason, but don't lie to me, I'm not a child. Loki complained. But Nicholas just laughed. I was like this when the true god I met told me about it too, but forget about that, let's move on to what I want to teach you about. No. Loki stopped him, you've to tell me how do demigods, saints and angels maintain their sanity if they don't know about this method? That's a good question. Nicholas nodded and then explained, they all perform rituals directed towards the true gods of their pathways to maintain their sanity. Huh, that barely answers anything. Well, you aren't wrong, but that's about as much I know. I'm not a true god and that's why I don't know how they keep the sanity of those in the pathway below them, but this is what happens. Since I do it myself, I and Purnell pray to the true gods of our pathway each day. But then what about those pathways that don't have a true god? Nicholas looked at Loki for a few seconds and then with a serious expression explained, there aren't any pathways like that. Loki's mouth opened in confusion. Well, I'd be wrong to say there aren't any pathways like that, since the spectator pathway does not have a true god yet, but your headmaster is an angel of the pathway, but he is unique and can maintain his own sanity by simply imagining himself to be sane. Loki saw Nicholas take on an unwilling look before he heard him utter a few new strange words. And his situation is rather weird and unique, which no other people can repeat reliably. What about the rest of the pathways? They all have true gods. Well, most of them do, the few that don't, only have beyonders in them that reach up until mid-sequence, or in some cases, the pathways have been hijacked by outer deities who do similar things to maintain the sanity of their demigods, saints and angels. Loki suddenly felt as if he'd been delivered a shock. This was too much information that had been dropped on him at once. But wait. What about the true creator and his gang of believers that run around in Nocturne Alley? Couldn't that be counted as him having anchors? No, I doubt so. Little would be of any real help, since even if we took into account the entire world, there are probably hardly going to be any more than a few hundred followers. Even that is a rather large estimate, since if they really were so powerful they'd have already taken over much of the wizarding world. Yet the true creator's name is not even known. Even Professor McGonagall didn't find it important enough to tell me until I brought up the matter with her myself. But how has no one figured out about this if it is so easy? And why does it all seem so familiar? Now that you understand what magic actually is, I want to teach you how to make perfect use of this knowledge. Loki gulped audibly as he paid attention to Nicholas's next words. Runic spellcasting is a secret art. The very art that was used to create the special method of magic that everyone can use today. So runic spell casting is a more bare-bones version of what you already know. Nicholas spoke with great reverence. No one knows who made the system, not even me, but I've been handed the manual on how to use it to the best of my abilities. Handed a manual? He doesn't know Rowena made it. Who gave him the manual then? Did someone steal from Rowena's lab when she was making it? The system of runic spellcasting is rather simple. It uses knowledge about mysticism that corresponds to the respective gods and goddesses to overpower the spell with their spirituality. Huh, isn't that risky though? Wouldn't that depend on the mood of the gods and goddesses? Why should they empower the spell in the first place? Loki asked with a frown. Good question. I will answer that in a bit. You know that the closer you are to becoming a true god of your pathway, the closer to a representation of it you become, right? Are you talking about the mythical creature form that Beyonders get once they become a demigod? Loki asked. Yes, precisely, and by the end of the pathway, you become fully amalgamated with it. But that's not all. You also become the true owner of the symbol of the pathway. Nicholas explained patiently. He paused slightly to see if Loki was following, and once he saw Loki nod, he continued. So when you want to gather the help of a true god, the trick is to use the appropriate symbol in your spell completely to get a true god to manifest their spirituality along with the spell. But, I know, you want to ask about the true gods retracting support from your spell, don't you? Loki nodded. The answer is simple as runic spell casting. You just give the true gods a reason not to ignore you. Loki remained silent for a while as he contemplated the method Nicholas had explained before he asked a simple question. But what are the advantages of such spell casting other than making your spells a little more powerful? I mean, you can achieve the same with the help of a few rituals beforehand, right? You wouldn't need to take the risk of suddenly being rejected. Nicholas nodded and snapped his fingers before he responded. There are several advantages. The first one is that you can replicate the abilities of a completely different pathway. This is why all this seemed so familiar. I already do this with occlumency. I use the concealment rune, the symbol of the darkness pathway, to conceal my body of heart and mind. Of course, there are many other things to consider while using runic spell casting, like arranging the runes created out of your spirituality in such a way that it can withstand the flow of excess spirituality into your spell, otherwise it will backfire rather spectacularly. There are other considerations to note too. For example, you have to take plenty of precautions and add guards into the spell so that whichever deity you are taking help from won't end up taking advantage of you, and so on. It is a double-edged sword, but one that can augment and bring out the true power of spells that people use in their daily lives. Breaking out of his short shock, Loki asked, "How come no one has learnt about this method already? Given how I used the concealment rune to hide my thoughts, it shouldn't be that rare for a different Beyonder to have attempted to use the symbol of his or her gods and goddesses. That is not hard to explain. In fact, it is the first rule of mysticism," Nicholas said, and without pause continued, "You may not directly look at a god. This is why this method has never been explored, because it would be immensely risky to even try. If someone ever tried to do this without the consent of the god, they'd most likely lose their lives because of the wrath of the god. And then there is the reason that true gods aren't keen on letting someone use this knowledge to empower their spells. Why should they have to be constantly annoyed by people making the symbols of their pathways and disturbing them? You'd probably only face their wrath in return if you did such a thing meaninglessly. In fact, the method of normal spell casting has several counterguards that aim to prevent exactly this so that everyone can use the spells freely. Then why does nothing happen to me when I use the concealment rune to protect my mind?" Loki wondered. Oh, perhaps Salazar is actually pulling his weight for once and helping me without asking me for anything in return, since I'm Mr. Error's blessed. How did the person who taught you figure out about runic spell casting in the first place? You said it isn't possible to experiment with it. Shouldn't the founders know him if he stole the knowledge of magic from Rowena? So Mr. Error, it is a method born out of the madness of the thousands of previous generations who paid attention to the noises of the beyond and deciphered them," Nicholas said with a deadpan face, and Loki immediately understood he was bullshitting. I guess he doesn't know too. But then how did he learn it? Did someone teach him about it? Who? Was it Mr. Error again? Knock knock. Prunell appeared at the door and knocked on it to gain their attention. She seemed to have brought along with her a plate full of delicious and sweet-smelling crepe Suzette. "Nicholas, you asked for this?" Prunell asked. She placed the plate on the table and smiled lightly as she saw Loki looking at the plate with a little drool leaking out of his mouth. "That's not for you, Loki. I'll give you some when you're done with today's classes, is that all right?" Purnell said kindly, rubbing Loki's hair affectionately. Loki nodded, but he was confused. Why did you bring it here then? Old man doesn't like sweets, right? Purnell laughed but didn't say anything and just shook her head while looking at Nicholas. Don't let him do anything stupid, alright? Yeah, I won't make a mistake. Purnell just nodded and left. Now pay close attention, I'll show you the difference between a normal spell and one that has been modified with runic spell casting. Loki nodded and activated spirit vision to look at exactly what was happening. Nicholas flicked his wand wordlessly and caused a simple circle of spirituality to escape his wand. The simple circle slowly morphed into a simple ball of light that appeared at the end of the wand. The ball of light detached itself and floated to the general area in between Loki and Nicholas. The simple Lumos charm. Pay attention, the next one is going to be modified, Nicholas said, and Loki immediately braced himself. Nicholas's wand flicked, barely. Spirituality left his wand and produced a complex diagram. At the bottom of the diagram was an open book, from its center a lighthouse-like tower sprouted, and behind it all was a spinning circle like the wheel of a ship. As soon as the diagram was completed, Loki felt himself go blind. For a second the whole world was white. There was nothing else in sight. Along with it, Loki felt that he was in the presence of something much deeper and richer than Nicholas. It was the presence of a true god. Something Loki had already felt in the room of conveniences. But the light and the presence vanished just as soon as it arrived, and Loki heard Nicholas speak in a strained manner. Turn off your spirit vision and tell me something true. Loki didn't understand what was going on but did as he was told to do and spoke anyway. I'm a boy. The light at the tip of Nicholas's wand turned into a bright emerald green. Now tell me a lie. Loki was a little shocked but regained his senses and spoke anyway. I'm a girl. The light at the tip of Nicholas's wand turned a bright shade of red. Phew, letting out a deep sigh of relief, Nicholas flicked his wand, uncast the spell, wiped the sweat away from his forehead, and looked at Loki. Did you catch all that, boy? Loki looked at Nicholas a little confused. How did the spell know if I was lying or telling the truth? Nicholas gave Loki a deadpan stare and just said one word, magic. Loki stumbled at the answer as his knees suddenly weakened. What did you think? Obviously, it was because I used the ability of a true god. The true god of the White Tower pathway, to be precise. Nicholas patiently explained. Loki still felt something about the entire thing was off. How did you get the god to agree to let you demonstrate the spell? I didn't see you make any preparations, and your spirituality only made the symbol of the reader pathway in my spirit vision, along with a few side runes supporting the entire thing, nothing else. You're not wrong. But you're also not right. Can you see something that's missing from the scene? Loki looked around but paused immediately as soon as his eyes fell on the now empty plate on the table near them. The crepe Suzette. Loki was doubting himself. A true god accepted that as an offering. I mean, the food that Purnell makes is good enough that I would accept performing the small magic trick too, but a true god. Don't they have better, more important things to do with their time? Loki looked at Nicholas and found him smiling. Is that it? But didn't expect that, right? I didn't too, but that's one of the tamer true gods. Some of them require more than just a good meal. It'd probably be right to say they require a slightly different kind of good meal. For example, the true god of the darkness pathway likes to know a secret before he'll agree to bless your spell. But all that's only because I was indicted into the system by a true god, and I'm doing the same for you, even though I'm not one. Loki was still stumped. The 7 true gods that are rather consistent with their rules and agree to bless most spells are the god of combat, god of wisdom and knowledge, the eternal blazing sun, the hermit, the paragon, the god of eternal darkness, and the god of death. These are also the gods under whose domain the magic that is considered white falls into. All magic corresponding to the other gods falls under dark magic, since they use a more botched up version of this system. Is it true? Loki asked immediately. Well, not entirely. But the risk of corruption is much higher and the other gods demand much more. They sometimes want you to do things that are inhumane. Nicholas said with a serious tone. So always beware of what you want to ask. Don't ever try to get them to do something that will risk them in any way. Always remember that they are gods and not someone who lives down the street from your house." Loki felt a little scared but nodded in understanding. "So with that, let's officially start learning runic spellcasting." Loki agreed, and for the next 20 days, along with alchemy, runic spellcasting was added to his schedule. His days turned into an endless bore of absorbing as much knowledge he could from Nicholas while he spent his evenings unwinding with Pernell, who was excited about finishing the book with Loki. The book was a short novel about an alchemist detective who solves supernatural cases around the world. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it was something Loki definitely had fun making. Especially since the detective's character was based on Nicholas, and it was fun teasing him about various things in the book. Pernell even worked on adding an enchantment to it that would allow the book to use various origamis to perform a play of the story that was written in it. What bothered Loki the most was Fleur's spiraling depression, and so he finally worked up the courage to ask Nicholas to help her one day. "Can't you just help her? I mean, you haven't even told her a clear no and rejected her. Why are you torturing her like this? Is it because Fleur's pathway belongs to an evil god?" Nicholas frowned for a while since he didn't want to explain something to Loki, but after a while, he finally gave up when Loki continued to be persistent with his questions. "No, if it was because of an evil god, then Pernell and I would have never invited her here. The reason we can't help her out is because she won't tell us what she did wrong to anger the true god of her own pathway. Especially because she is a vessel that is prepared to be able to take on her descent. Well, I suspected that much after seeing her special ring, but that makes even less sense. Why abandon your descent vessel so easily? Is she that afraid? This means that helping her without properly understanding the situation will put us in the line of fire too. Do you want to fight a true god simply because of a sequence 5 or 4 meander?" Loki frowned, since according to him the reason Fleur was currently being shunned was because he'd scared Cheek a little too much. But he didn't have a way to prove it directly, and it was annoying him since he felt sad each time Fleur talked about her sister in her sleep or woke up due to nightmares of her dying. "I mean, what do I do? Summon her for a new ritual and while acting as the error god and pretend to forgive her for harming my blessed? But if I did that, I could probably curry favor with Fleur and eventually form a connection through her with the primordial demoness. While I don't know what I would do with such a connection yet, it wouldn't really be a bad thing to be able to communicate with someone like her. Like Mr. Moon did in the original Tarot Club for his Pathways goddess. But why isn't she talking to Fleur to fix her mistake if that was the case anyway? Shouldn't she have responded to the other rituals Fleur performed to fix the first mistake? Loki spent quite a while thinking about this problem and finally came up with a good solution when he saw Nicholas making a simple mistake when he and Loki were helping Pernell make food. Nicholas had chopped the potatoes much smaller than Pernell had asked for, which caused him to panic about them suddenly. But when Pernell accidentally missed the mistake while talking to Loki, Nicholas never brought it up since he was embarrassed. So, she is just being shy. Loki couldn't believe it. But there's no other reason for her to ignore Fleur if Fleur didn't make a mistake in her ritual. This gave Loki a strange idea, but one that was bound to work if he pulled it off convincingly. "Yo, Fleur," Loki said, bumping into her shoulder as she looked distracted while cutting a few roots to make some potion that Pernell had instructed her to finish for the rest of the students studying under her and Nicholas. Fleur, who was snapped out of her musings, looked at Loki with a frown. "It's dangerous to use the knife while not looking at what you're using it for, isn't it?" Loki asked. Fleur didn't even have the energy to scowl or say something snarky like she usually did with Loki. Instead, she just looked back down on her chopping board and started chopping the roots with the same hollow look in her eyes. Loki rolled his eyes before he spoke calmly and clearly. "I have a way for you to get her to respond to you." Fleur's head snapped in Loki's direction faster than lightning. Her eyes had a small spark of recognition in them as she searched Loki for a proper answer. So Loki spoke to her. "Why don't you want to explain to Pernell and Nicholas what you did that caused her to blacklist you?" Fleur's eyes trembled and her breathing quickened before she shook her head. I'm so, I don't know. Loki nodded since he'd predicted this. Instead, he used their physical closeness to her to perform a simple act. It was not a theft. It was the opposite. Loki donated to her pockets a simple slip of paper that had extremely detailed instructions written in them. No one noticed Loki doing this and the day went as normally as it could, but Loki was nervous about when Fleur would read what was written inside it. Fleur, however, still lost and broken, wasn't in a hurry to check her pockets. It was only at the end of the day when she was taking a quick shower before going to sleep that she found the letter as it fell out of her pockets. Fleur picked it up after examining it with her spirit vision before unfolding the paper. Another proposal. But as soon as she read the first line, her eyes widened as she started paying attention. I have a way to help you out. Fleur frowned as various thoughts crossed her mind. A prank. Did someone think G can marry me by trying to bait me? But being desperate, Fleur carried on reading as she wanted to grasp at whatever pathways showed up in front of her to save her one and only sister. If you cannot use the help of evil gods, do not continue reading. Fleur's grip around the letter only tightened as she closed her eyes for a few seconds before nodding as various thoughts flew past her. I don't believe in gods being evil. My goddess has been called evil many times. As long as it helps Gabrielle, I will do it. Perform the following ritual. During the night, Fleur slipped out of her bed after making sure Loki was asleep, before using a simple charm made out of mirror shards to put him into deep sleep. The charm shone a vague pink as it activated before it shimmered, causing various small microbes that would sap his spirituality and put him to sleep. What she didn't realize, however, was that Loki could easily break the effects of the charm because of the Saphira castle. And so Loki was awoken instead of put to sleep as soon as the microbes entered his body. Fleur left the room anyway and quickly moved into the warehouse of the Flammel's large house. She set up an altar, lit up 3 special candles on it, unfolded the paper that Loki had given to her and began memorizing what was on it. After a few seconds, Fleur calmed her tense nerves by biting on her lips hard enough to draw blood before she lit up the candles from left to right as she spoke. I pray for the power of time. I pray for the power of errors. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to remove the error on me which is breaking my connection to the primordial demoness. Beetle grass juice, a herb that belongs to the domain of error, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Twilight dew, a fragrance that belongs to the limbo of time, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Fleur kept her eyes closed as she finished her incantation, but her vision suddenly shifted. Her eyes glanced at everything in the spirit world as it moved at a rapid pace, zooming to its top where the 7 lights sat, and then above even that as it reached the gray fog, and then soon rose beyond that to reveal a single figure sitting on a large stone chair. The figure, whose face was partially obscured by a plague doctor mask and partially by the gray fog, spoke in a deep rumbling voice that rippled across the entire gray fog without even moving a single finger. I'm aware. Nicholas's eyelids snapped wide open as he stopped working on the gadgets that he was going to teach Loki with and looked out of his room and in the direction of the warehouse. Purnell did the same. Nicholas had a somewhat fearful look on his face as if several terrible memories had been brought to the surface of his mind, while Purnell looked at it with a sort of reverence. But neither moved from their spots. Fleur, on the other hand, was a little startled by the divine presence and by the deep reverberating voice. She'd conducted several rituals before that involved communication with true gods, but never had she seen one personally or even caused one to speak to her. It was always a strict silence in which the deity of her choosing analyzed her and calmly responded to her by performing an action to indicate whether they liked or disliked the contents of her ritual. Knowing that it would be wrong to keep looking at a true god, Fleur quickly lowered her head in an attempt to avoid angering the god in front of her. That was when she saw a sudden burst of golden light that exploded in her vision. The angelic lights dimmed for a second, but they did not vanish. Instead, they coalesced into a gigantic figure of maddening proportions that was white on one side and black on the other. An angel, Fleur thought, her mouth agape. The angel had 6 pairs of wings around itself and appeared to be honored with a golden crown made of the same holy light that floated just above its head. Fleur didn't have a lot of time to analyze the situation as the angel fell onto her with its wings and hands wrapping tightly around her as if it were the blanket that protected her from the bitter cold around her. A feeling of joy sprouted in Fleur's heart as the warmth spread all around her, but the feeling was soon drowned out by confusion when a tall door shut out her vision of the grand and benevolent God that had just helped her. That's all. Fleur was confused about what had just happened. She tried examining herself with spirit vision to see if there was anything different about her, but she couldn't find anything amiss. But Fleur was a little lost about what she had to do next. As Gabrielle cured, Fleur quickly pulled out a small sand bottle that she had left tied around her neck. It contained some of Gabrielle's hair, but the hair appeared to be smoldering despite being corked, causing Fleur's heart to drop. She found tears climbing into her eyes, but she couldn't understand what had happened. Yet she somehow managed to keep herself calm using cogitation as she tried to analyze everything that had just happened rationally. No, I asked for him to simply cure the error that had been restricting my ability to converse with her. Then I can perform the ritual for her now. Fleur quickly took out a few more of her candles and placed them on the makeshift altar after clearing out the previous candles religiously. And then she quickly repeated the steps from earlier but chanted words that pointed in a different direction. I pray for ZTHE power of calamity. I pray for ZTHE power of chaos. I pray for ZTHE goddess's loving grace. Fleur then took out some of the hair from the small bottle before setting it aflame with the third candle that represented her. I pray for ZTHE goddess's great powers to cure my sister of ZTHE curse Z that was inflicted on her when I failed to perform ZTHE ritual to create a plague charm. Corpse flower grout, a fragrance that belongs to calamity, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Asphodel dew, a fragrance that belongs to mirrored perfection, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Fleur kept her eyes closed as she hoped with all the anticipation in her body for a response. Her voice had faltered in the end because of the several times she'd been rejected before, but Fleur now hoped for something to change. Perhaps even if the primordial demoness gave her a reason as to why her sister couldn't be cured, she could work on it to help her. It didn't matter if the task set before her was impossible, she wanted to be finally able to have help from the goddess who had so abruptly abandoned her. Fleur kept her eyes closed for nearly a minute, but nothing seemed to be happening. Nothing different from all the other times she was rejected. Gabrielle's hair that was pinched between her fingers was all but gone, and the candles flickered as she found herself trembling in fear of rejection again. But just as she'd given up all hope and was about to drop her hand, she felt a strange force work around her. All of a sudden she felt the gaze of a being she was so familiar with. There were no flashy entrances with lights or even sounds, but Fleur knew that the primordial demoness was looking over her. All of a sudden, however, the gaze flinched as it flickered before it vanished. Fleur's heart stopped. She remained in her kneeling posture out of shock at being rejected again, but some of the color that had been drained from her face returned when she felt the gaze come back. The gaze slowly examined Fleur as she remained kneeling. The gaze felt threatening at times, as if it wanted to destroy Fleur with a simple blink, but since Fleur could feel the caution in it as she was examined, she did not dare move, not even when the flames of the candle she was using to burn Gabrielle's hair started toasting her finger. Fleur did her best to wish and make known to the goddess looking over her that she was ready to do anything to help her sister. After a few seconds, just as the hair in between Fleur's fingers was about to burn away, she found the hair flashing as if it were a spark before it vanished in a moment. The gaze lingered for a few seconds longer, and just as Fleur felt herself slowly losing control because of prolonged exposure to her goddess's gaze, she found it vanish. Fleur collapsed onto the floor as she quickly checked on the small glass bottle with Gabrielle's hair. It is no longer smoking. A joyous brightness lightened Fleur's chest as she realized that her sister had most likely been cured. But that was when she suddenly froze in shock and worry. But, Zot God, he never asked me to pay a price for his help. Loki, who was looking at Fleur through the crimson star that represented her, saw the smoldering hair in her bottle simmer out as it naturally died out. Then his gaze through the crimson star slowly shifted itself as it looked around the area, noticing the several runes and wards drawn around the Flamel's house before he cut off his connection with a small smile. Now that I know which crimson star is hers, I guess I can ask her or even Cheek for some help when I need it after today. I mean, I did help Cheek by giving her a reason to stop being embarrassed like a little girl. I'm sure she'll see the merit in forming a partnership with me and helping me out a little. Especially because I'm letting her vessel into my little castle. Fleur looked around for a few seconds before she saw Loki standing in front of her and scowling. I'm not that short. Fleur, however, didn't care. She simply patted his head and spoke in a soothing tone. Purnell asked you to meet her in the living room. Loki frowned even more and tried swatting away Fleur's hand, but when she smiled and easily evaded his attempts until he finally lost his patience and mumbled, "Loser." Fleur froze. Her brows furrowed, but Loki continued as he ran away from the area. "You lost to me and were forced to waste a month without learning anything. You're lost to a shorty. You are a loser." Before Fleur could say anything or even do something to him, Loki vanished from the experimental room where he was working together with Fleur to make a gadget that Nicholas had tasked them to make. It was a simple slate that could be used to write and take notes on like a tablet from the 21st century, but Nicholas asked them to make it because every other student under him was made to do so, and he wanted to show off Loki's skill to them to toot his own horn about how good he was at teaching. It was also essentially to show the other students how much further runes could be pushed than what they had learned, since Loki was asked to add a bunch of extra features and keep them interested in coming back the next year. Loki's days with the Flamels were coming to an end, and Folly, who had left midway to manage his shop, had returned to pick Loki up. "Today is the last day I'm here, Nick, Purnell," Loki said. Purnell looked at Nicholas and then giggled while covering her lips with her hand, causing Nicholas to exhale softly. "Huh, did I do something wrong?" Loki asked, confused as to what about his words seemed hilarious. Folly steered the handle of the conversation, seeing how both his mentors were busy laughing at his disciple. "Do you know why the competition is conducted, Loki?" Isn't it to teach a student about alchemy?" "A good guess, young man." Nicholas interrupted, but after breathing a little properly and holding back the smile that was on his face, he spoke again. "But that's not the only thing we do. After all, a competition isn't finished without a reward. Do you know just how poor the Folly family was when he arrived here?" Nicholas pointed at Mr. Folly, who just coughed in embarrassment while gripping his cane tighter to try and keep a noble posture. "He was dirt poor. The Second Wizarding War hadn't been kind to the Follies. In fact, it wasn't kind to anyone except the goblins. When he passed the test, the first thing Purnell did was drag him to the tailoring room and stitch him some new clothes." "Do you still have those?" Purnell asked as she interrupted and looked at Folly. I couldn't bring myself to give them away," Folly said while looking away. Loki was still confused. "What does this have to do with them laughing at me?" "What I'm trying to tell you, young man, is that you don't need to pretend that you don't have something you want from us," Nicholas said with a calm smile. "But," Loki tried to keep up his defense, but Purnell interrupted. "Are you going to let my words about you not being a stuck-up noble be for naught, Loki? Was all that time shared between all of us a boorish formal exchange for you? We're two angels, Loki. We know we can help you in some way if you ask us what you want. So ask. Don't let this bond you made with us go unused. What are we going to do with our wealth anyway? Give us a little opportunity to show off our abilities by helping you a little." Loki's mouth suddenly felt dry. "There are two angels in front of me right now. Even Klein wasn't this lucky. Well, that is unless you counted the angel that was literally from the pathway that manipulated luck." With another snap of her fingers, Purnell caused a tea set along with a tray of cookies and condiments to float over from the kitchen to the table in the living room where they all were. There was a comfortable silence in the room as teacups floated to everyone and the kettle poured into its steaming hot tea. "I have two problems in front of me. The first one is that I have absolutely no idea how I can perform the two rituals of my fifth and fourth sequences. To become a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer I need to enter the dreams of about 1,000 people at once, the more the better. And to become a Sequence 4 Parasite I need to steal the spotlight from an opponent that is at least a demigod with as many witnesses in front of me. But I can't ask them about that without revealing the contents of the ritual, which would be a dead giveaway that I'm not from the darkness pathway. The second and the more immediate problem in front of me is Gran's case. I'm pretty sure as long as I ask them to help me out with her case, they'd be more than willing to do so. But if I ask them about it, I probably won't be able to ask them for anything else, but Grandma will be woken up easily, probably. Will it be easy to wake her up? Is the problem related only to Gran, or is it a means to get rid of the entire Black family ancestry? It wasn't wasted on Loki that the greatest and noblest of the families of the wizarding world had so few saints and angels. There were none. That left only two options in his mind. Either someone was hunting the people of the Black family and killing them before they could get to be a high-level Beander, or the true god of the darkness pathway was doing it to them on purpose. But given how Salazar Slytherin had woken up so recently from his slumber, it means that someone is trying to kill the Black family members. And they have been very successful. Or they could just be unlucky like the other noble families, like the Greengrass family that doesn't have any angels and saints too, but their goddess is recorded in documents dating back to the second epic. But even still, this is the rebirth epic, and Nicholas and Pernell were both able to become saints and angels, so why not anyone else? Loki thought for a few seconds as things started getting awkward with the Flamels and Folly, who were both wondering what he was thinking so deeply about. Finally, Loki sipped his tea and wet his lips before speaking again. "Can I ask you a question?" Loki asked, and Nicholas quickly nodded. "Do you know why the Black family has so few saints and angels if it is the oldest and noblest house? And what about the other nobles of Britain?" Nicholas was a little taken aback by the question as he looked at Pernell, but even she seemed a little confused by the question. "What do you think? That angels like us grow on trees?" Nicholas asked with a wry smile. "I don't want to show off, but it is pretty hard to get to where we are if you don't know." But Loki shook his head. "No. Apart from that, I'm sure you've seen plenty of Black family candidates in your lifetime. Given how you've been through nearly 5 centuries, are you telling me that there was not a single person capable enough of becoming a saint or angel?" Nicholas frowned and shook his head again. "It's not that there aren't. It's that to become an angel requires support not only from the people around you but also from the various true gods and goddesses that choose to help you to become one. And given the Black family's penchant for crazy experiments and secrecy, much about the house leaves for things to be desired. For example, the Greengrass family has had several saints in the past. But most of them have been hunted down by the other families before they could ever advance to angels. And the worst of all are the periodic wars between the light and dark factions of the wizarding world. They happen roughly every 50 years. Long enough for everyone to remember them, but also long enough to make those that grow without it a little careless. The most recent war that involved Voldemort. Folly flinched at Nicholas casually using the name while Loki tensed. Caused the death of 4 saints from the Greengrass family, the Follies, the Potters and the Blacks. Each war takes many such lives. And they aren't easy to rebuild. Are the Blacks targeted often? Loki asked again. Nicholas nodded. You might not know yet, but the Black family is synonymous in the wizarding world with people who don't have any control. They are often found thinning the lines between the good and bad. More often than not, when anything happens in a war, the Blacks always pick the side of the Dark Lords. No, Regulus only joined Voldemort to get his Horcrux. No, wait a second. Regulus wouldn't have known Voldemort was making Horcruxes before joining the dark side. So why did he join Voldemort? Because Walburga asked him to. I doubt she knew anything about it, or she'd never have sent him to his death. She clearly regretted not being able to talk to her sons anymore. I remember seeing her visiting their rooms often when she was still awake. So was it because Regulus noticed something? Is the problem of loss of control that all the Blacks are facing related to the Abyss pathway? I mean, why else would Walburga have a coffin ready for her to sleep in when she lost control? Since no one else knew about the coffin in her state until I told Mr. Folly about it, That could mean that it is a well-kept secret of the Black family that the ancestors who everyone else thought died used it to extend their lives for a solution to be found. Loki frowned at this and he slipped into thoughts once more, leaving the room in a strange silence. So in short, Nicholas and Purnell haven't noticed anything wrong with the Black family. At least not outwardly. This can mean two things, that either the Black family really has no secret, or that they don't want to allow anyone else to interfere with it. But if it is the second case, there are only two people that can do things that warrant hiding knowledge about from the world, only one if we take into consideration the relation to the abyss, and neither of them are people I want to mess with, yet. Finally, after the bout of confusion, Loki's eyes firmed as he asked the Flamels what he wanted. So I can ask you anything I want and you'll help me with it? Loki asked with a slight worry about being rejected. Don't worry about it and just ask us about it. There's not much we can't do at our stage. So tell us about it in a straightforward manner. Don't be like those other nobles who beat around the bush while acting like peacocks. Purnell said, biting down on her cookie. All right then. Loki nodded and bit down on his N&P cookie that tasted ridiculously good and spoke. To regain the Black family's honor, I want to be able to explore the abyss. Quote. Suddenly the room turned silent. Everyone looked at Loki with confusion as he sipped his tea and nibbled on his N&P cookies. What did you want to do? Could you repeat that? I think I heard it wrong. Nicholas said with a puzzled expression. Ahem. Loki faked a cough and spoke lightly. I want to explore the abyss. I want to study the thing you told me about, that Beander characteristic from the devil. Loki stopped after explaining as much and looked at the beautiful garden the Flamels had since he couldn't tell much while Folly was here since Nicholas hadn't informed anyone but Loki about it. A butterfly was flapping its wings, moving from flower to flower, collecting nectar to feed itself. Are you serious, Loki? Purnell asked with her hands clasped around the teacup that she was drinking out of. Yes, I'm serious. Loki nodded firmly as he matched his gaze with Purnell. Everyone was silent for a few seconds before Nicholas's eyes widened slightly. Ah, I see. So that's why you wanted to learn how to make an alchemical puppet so badly. Loki blushed a little in embarrassment, but he didn't deny Nicholas's accusation. Purnell looked at Loki with narrowed eyes and was about to say something before Nicholas raised his hand and shook his head. He then turned towards Loki and asked him a simple question. You said that you wanted to do it to regain the Black family's honor. Loki nodded, although I can't tell you about my reasons fully, because I don't know if Granny Walburga will be okay with me sharing the details. I can tell you that I suspect the madness of the Black family to be related to the devils of the abyss. Nicholas nodded in understanding before he spoke again. We promised to help you in whatever you asked of us. And to your luck, we have a great deal of experience in matters dealing with the abyss. Especially Purnell here, who was rather enthusiastic in her younger days. She liked to go on adventures. Purnell scowled, but she quickly cut Nicholas off and spoke quickly. I am against this. Loki looked at her with a slightly soft gaze which caused Purnell to soften a little too before she sighed and then looked into Loki's eyes with a seriousness that she had never shown before. I will only help you out if you only go to the abyss when you are at least a demigod, nothing less. Loki pondered on Purnell's words for a few seconds as he thought about several things. Demigod. I still don't know how to perform my advancement rituals. But such a request is reasonable. Especially since the abyss is currently her domain. Loki then looked into Purnell's eyes and nodded. Sure. I agree to that. Purnell relaxed when she heard Loki's acknowledgement and finally found herself relaxing enough to be able to drink tea again. I thought you wouldn't let me go in there, Loki said softly as he munched on N&P cookies. I wouldn't have. Nicholas explained patiently, but then he slightly murmured, not if you weren't related to him, and only Purnell heard him and proceeded to ignore his rambles. With Loki's wish pulled out of the hat and accepted, everyone went back to calmly sipping their tea as they chatted casually. Eventually, the conversation steered towards the Quidditch World Cup. You're going too? Loki asked with slight amazement. Of course, we will. How can we miss a World Cup? Nicholas nearly stood up in excitement. But, I thought you wouldn't be as excited about a random sport because of how long you've lived, Loki mumbled, but everyone else heard him well. Huh. And what are we supposed to do? Sit inside our rooms and gaze at crystal orbs and dictate the schemes and plots of the world? Prunell said, waving her fingers as if she was peering into the depths of the world. Loki was confused since he personally wasn't the type to engage in any of the Quidditch games beyond when he wanted to relax or take his mind off things. I also have to prepare things for the tarot club that I'm planning to open soon. I want to gain some funds by selling a few mystical items, and for that, I'll need to quickly go to Aurora Order's meetings. How about it? Nicholas asked, wiggling his eyebrows. No, Loki shook his head. I want to relax. This summer has been a little hectic. It feels like I didn't leave school at all. Are you sure you don't want to come with us to the Quidditch World Cup? Prunell asked Loki, knowing from their earlier conversations that Loki wasn't a big Quidditch fan. It's not like I know any of the teams there. I don't even know who's playing who in the World Cup. It'd be a waste to take me there, unless you tell me who's winning and I can make some money out of it. Prunell rolled her eyes before Nicholas laughed slightly and took over. If you're going to leave so soon, then I want to show you off to the other people who I've been teaching. Nicholas said it plainly, but Loki felt a shiver run up his spine. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Come on, don't you want to flaunt it in their faces? How they couldn't spend the last 40 days with the world's greatest alchemist as much as you. Prunell laughed with a cunning smile of her own. Loki felt a little worried, but before he could speak or respond, Folly spoke with a smile. You should go meet them. I've been wanting to show off my disciple to them. Loki found himself being dragged by Prunell towards the gathering that was taking place in a general room connected to the dormitory. Loki spotted the butler from before, which he learnt was just an alchemical puppet Nicholas had created, but he also spotted several other people who he'd seen in the room during the test. There are fewer people now than there were before. Did they have subsequent testing and only allowed a fewer number of people? Or they had to leave for some reason? As Loki entered the room, he found all eyes turning towards him and then towards the two old people behind him. Everyone's eyes widened as they lowered their heads collectively, a few even trembled a little. Loki was confused by their reactions. Isn't this too over the top? Fleur was also among the other people, but she stayed normal like Loki as she walked up to Prunell and Nicholas before curtsying. Pleasure to meet you, sir, mademoiselle. Why's Fleur being so formal? Loki complained with a frown, and Prunell noticed it and laughed a little before returning Fleur's greeting. I've seen all your projects, Nicholas said with a smile as he looked at everyone in the room. They were wonderful. He then turned towards Fleur and spoke. I especially liked the spiked blade you made from the spine of a Noondu. The rune work was quite intricate. It must have taken you a lot of time to make it. Fleur blushed a little, but she kept a straight face and spoke softly. Yes, it took me 4 days and nights to make. I'm glad you liked my project. I was inspired to make it from King Arthur's sword. Haha, I didn't know that. Although now that you mention it, I do remember seeing some similarities in the rune work. Good job, Nicholas said, patting her shoulder. Fleur's eyes then landed on Loki. She frowned imperceptibly since she had a bone to pick with him, but Loki's sudden words rattled the chains she was using to hold herself back. How are you doing, loser? Fleur's eyebrows twitched. Behind him Loki could feel Prunell tremble slightly, and Nicholas immediately looked away, apparently more interested in the walls. Fleur did her best to calm herself and with a deep breath, ignored Loki and walked away to go back to her spot. All right kids, now that we've all gathered here, I need to inform you about something, Prunell said, pausing to look at all the people in the room. All of you must know by now that Folly here was responsible for making the firebolt. Everyone nodded, some were even looking at him with adoration in their eyes. Loki looked at it all with confusion. Why are they talking about the firebolt? Prunell gave him a short glance before continuing with a smile. But what most of you do not know is that Loki here, Prunell said, placing her hand on Loki's shoulder, is responsible for most of the runic arrangement on the firebolt. Everyone's eyes widened slightly when they looked at Loki. They froze for a second before looking at Folly, who just nodded slightly. As such, Loki here will be the one to judge your explanations of the rune work of the firebolt after you see it being used in the World Cup finals. Loki frowned and looked at Pernell, who was ignoring him. Didn't I say I wanted to go home? Are they going to take me forcefully? Why am I being kidnapped so openly by two angels? Any conditions you want to add? Pernell finally asked as she turned towards Loki. Loki thought about it only for a second before his eyes sparkled as he turned to everyone and spoke calmly. Anyone that gets it right will be given 5,000 galleons. And anyone that gets it wrong will have to give me 500 galleons. Nicholas nearly choked on his own saliva while Pernell gave him a disappointed look. What? I did things according to my convenience. I ain't working for free. I have to collect funds for my dear future Tarot Club members. Pernell turned away and addressed the other people again. When we go to the World Cup tomorrow, I want all of you to make sure that you don't reveal our identities, even by mistake. If you do, you will never be able to return here ever again. Along with her words, Pernell released a little bit of her aura to threaten everyone, causing their backs to become wet with sweat. The people gulped and nodded quickly. Good. That will be all, Pernell said, donning the sweet aura she usually had. After they returned to their quarters, Loki looked at the Flammel couple and frowned before looking at Folly, who was looking at the garden. You tricked me. But you're making money, Nicholas joked. Loki clicked his tongue before finally extending his hand. Fine. I'll come. Good job, Nicholas said, shaking Loki's hand, but Loki simply slapped it away. My hand isn't for you to shake empty-handed. Nicholas froze as Pernell giggled, but Loki then turned to her. Even you. Now it was Nicholas's turn to laugh. But it seemed the two angels weren't unprepared. Pernell handed over to Loki a bag extended using an undetectable space extension charm filled to the brim with N&P cookies. This will help stabilize my mental health. While Nicholas flicked to him something Loki had been wanting since the first time he laid his eyes on it. Seriously? You're giving me this? Loki asked with shock. Nicholas nodded with a smile. I don't have any better uses for it, but if you don't want it I could always give you some cookie. Loki snatched the Beander characteristic that looked like a clear diamond from Nicholas's hand faster than he could say a word and stuffed it inside his pocket to sacrifice above the gray fog later. The day ended after that with everyone talking casually about various happenings and the Flammels coaching Loki on how he would take the missions he would be assigned to after he reached his 4th year at Hogwarts. Always make sure you know what situation you're getting into. Especially with devils. And the butler brought out an object to the center of the room on a metal plate. It was an old leather boot. A portkey. Loki recognized, as did the other people in the room. Everyone gathered around the portkey and placed their fingers on the item as it began to produce an audible hum like it was being possessed. Around 10 people were in the room, including Loki and the Flammels, so it was a little tight, but they managed. The hum only grew louder, and the last thing Loki saw was the butler looking at his watch and nodding at Nicholas. The world spun on its end as Loki felt someone grab him by his navel and twist his whole body around it, stuffing it into a tight pipe. He felt like he was turned into a noodle and was being slurped. With a sudden jerk, Loki found himself thrust upon the grassy floor as he almost literally ate dirt. Getting up with a little effort, Loki looked around himself and spotted he was the only one who'd fallen. Nearly all the others were walking down invisible stairs in the air as they casually landed beside Loki. Fleur walked up to Loki and with a proud *HMPF* turned away. Loki could swear he heard her say, "Loser." And he was half sure she did because Pernell behind him was trembling. Nicholas pat Loki's back and spoke in a hushed whisper, "It's all right, boy. Everyone has their faults. Don't worry about it." Loki deadpanned but quickly put the slight annoyance behind himself as he looked on at the hordes of tents and wizards camping in the grounds in front of him. "This is huge," Loki whistled. "It is," Folly said. "It's bigger than the last time. Make sure you follow us and don't get lost." I'm not a little kid that I'll get lost so easily." Folly just smiled and looked away while Nicholas and Pernell, who were wearing disguises, took the lead to guide them to their tent through all the rush. Their tent looked like a normal circus tent from the outside, but once Loki stepped inside he found it to be remarkably large. I need to learn the undetectable space extension charm sooner than later, it's bound to be helpful. There were 30 rooms in the tent, not including the living room, a kitchen and several bathrooms. Nicholas and Purnell went to their rooms as did most other mentors and their students. Loki was eventually left alone in the living room with Fleur. He walked up to her and spoke, "Hey loser, how you doing?" Fleur turned around and glared at him without speaking. Looking away from Loki, Fleur went back to using her spirituality to engrave runes on the mirror-like charm she was making. I mean, she is a Beyander of the demoness pathway, but is it all right to make it so obvious? Can't she just pretend to be a really pretty girl? Loki wondered as he looked at Fleur. His gaze slowly slipped from her face to the mirror-like charm she was holding and carving runes on. A mirror charm. What does it do? Reflect damage. With nothing else to do, Loki sat down beside Fleur and began to observe how she was making the charm. It felt calm and therapeutic. Fleur slowly engraved the symbol of the primordial demoness into the mirror-like charm as Loki thought back to the knowledge about runic spellcasting that Nicholas had taught him about. Black magic, huh? So magic connected with the primordial demoness would be considered black magic. Is there gray magic? The goddess of fortune. What about making a similar system that involves money instead of magic? What if I want to make a bank backed by true gods? Is there anything that'll achieve? Hey, can I try an experiment? Loki asked as an idea sprouted into his mind while he was looking at Fleur's rune work. Huh, you wants to experiment with my charm? Fleur asked, a bit taken aback at first, but then she happily extended her hand to Loki. I hope you zdie, Fleur said with a happy smile. Loki's eyebrows twitched, but he took the charm from her hands nonetheless. He then began inspecting the unfinished charm. So it's a silver-plated mirror. Silver is in the Evernight domain. What will happen if I carve the symbols of concealment into the charm? What does this charm do? Loki asked Fleur, who was eagerly waiting for Loki to blow himself up. It is a charm to duplicate me using the mirror dimension to transfer damage. Fleur patiently explained. I see. Give me a minute. Loki wrapped his spirituality around the small piece of mirror and began to study the circuits. Then with a quick hand, he began to carve out new smaller runes into the circuits while carving in the mysticism symbols for Evernight. It took a while, roughly 10 minutes, but Loki was soon done and he inspected the charm one final time for any errors. Where were you going to test this? Loki asked Fleur. I do not need to test it. I know my work is perfect. Fleur said with arrogance while tipping her head back. Ignoring her arrogance, Loki asked her, what's the activation word? It is, Doppel. Thanks for letting me know. You do not need to thank me, I hopes you just zdie. Loki just shook his head and turned toward the tent's exit. Let everyone know I'll be back in a few minutes if they ask. With those words, Loki left the tent and began walking toward the forest that was nearby. I think I'm far enough, Loki said once he found himself shrouded by the canopy of ancient and tall trees. He turned around to see if he could spot any part of the camp through the gaps in between the trees, but he couldn't. Satisfied with his place, Loki did what he had come to do. He poured an abundance of his spirituality into the charm and tossed it away from himself. Doppel, Loki said. Loki paid close attention to the mirror charm as it was tossed away from him. The charm swiftly flew away from Loki and expanded into a mirror that continuously pointed at him, but once it reached the apex of its arc, it froze midair. Soundlessly, an ethereal mist escaped the mirror and began to form into Loki. Loki's eyes narrowed as he paid attention to the form that was taking shape, but before anything else could happen, the mist paused, pouring out of the mirror. The culprit of the pausing of the mist was the somber tune that played in the air. It was the variant slumber charm that Loki had carved onto the experimental charm. It created a soft poem by vibrating spirituality and put its caster to sleep. And all of a sudden, as if a vacuum had formed in its center, the mist began to be sucked back into the mirror, rapidly. Feeling something bad was about to happen, Loki immediately ducked behind a tree. And it was good that he did because, in the next moment, he heard a swift crack followed by the whistling of wind. There was a sudden thud behind the tree Loki was hiding, but to his luck, it held strong and did not collapse on his head. Peering his head out from behind the tree, Loki looked at the outcome and became stunned. The palm-sized mirror Loki was just holding had turned into a deadly weapon and become embedded into the tree. Loki could swear he saw an eye in the mirror looking back at him with anger, but it was gone as soon as he blinked. I guess there's no gray magic. For now. And I'm pretty sure the primordial demoness hates me now, so no all God trusted banks, yet. When Loki returned back to the tent they were staying in, Fleur commented in disappointment, "You did not die. How sad. Refund my money then." "Refund? What if I died? What would you have done then?" Loki asked with an annoyed expression. "Of course, I would have held a party. But since you are alive I need compensation for you raising my expectations only to have crashed them." Loki clenched his fist tight and whispered inside his mind, "Calm down Loki, she's just a misguided fool, it's alright." After handing over one galleon to Fleur, Loki made his way to his room in the tent. He then set up a wall of spirituality and pulled out a burner and a beaker, along with several other materials required to brew his Sequence 6 Prometheus potion. The burner was a little special this time since the potion required him to specifically use the flames obtained by burning the branches of an apple tree. Loki placed the small branches of the apple tree he had collected and placed them inside the burner, before setting them aflame with a near-silent incendio. With the burner heating the beaker, Loki poured in 100 drops of pure water, then 30 drops of Urkling blood, 5 demiguise hairs, 7 leaves of a sun tree that bleeds honey, 6 eggs of a jumping spider, birth tail feather of an akami, and finally the first main hair of a Zulu. Loki watched as the ingredients all melded with each other and took care to stir them with a glass rod so that they were all completely mixed. The resulting potion confused Loki a little. It looked like lava that had frozen after coming to the surface of the earth. The liquid was obsidian black with glowing red cracks as if a strange fire was trying to break free from the inside. Is this even a potion? Loki brushed the beaker with his fingers to see if it would be hot like its appearance suggested, and much to his surprise, Loki found the beaker absolutely normal. Loki blew on his soundless whistle, which he had remade to last longer than its initial few-year lifespan, and summoned Sunny. "Keep a watch over me will ya?" Loki asked while tossing a gold galleon to the little niffler. "I work for the coin." With a little apprehension, Loki picked up the beaker but was forced to stop when the niffler spoke. "In case you lose control, I want your ring." Loki spared an unamused glance at the niffler and brought the beaker close to his lips, and just like the previous 3 times, he swallowed the liquid inside it with a single gulp. The mysterious concoction slipped down his throat and settled inside his stomach. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but almost immediately after Loki placed the beaker on the table, he started to sweat profusely. His clothes were drenched and Loki felt like he had to get rid of them because of how hot it was. Loki exhaled a deep breath and found steam escaping his lips. His whole throat felt like it was burning, as if he could breathe fire without any effort. Holding on to the sense of discomfort that had spread throughout his body, Loki rubbed his index and thumb fingers and entered cogitation. His head rolled back as his eyes turned black. His muscles turned and twisted, but Loki remained still. He used his entire focus to outline several spheres of light with different colors in each and began to stack them upon each other to remain awake and aware of everything that was happening to him. A sudden assault of murmurings and screams reached his ears as he could make out the sounds he'd always been hearing in them. "Hogwarts! Walburga! Hogwarts! Walburga! Hogwarts! Walburga! Hogwarts! Walburga!" Just as Loki felt he was about to lose control when the potion inside his body split up and covered each cell in his body in a cocoon of fire, he heard a melodious tune. It was Sunny. He was trying to lull Loki into a memoryless state of calm so that he could regain control over the changes that were happening inside his body. The process lasted for nearly a minute when Loki slowly lifted his hand, indicating for Sunny to stop singing. Loki opened his eyes, slowly. He looked around the room and his gaze finally landed on his hand. He clenched and unclenched his hand a few times as a small smile graced his lips. I can't believe it. Loki could feel the explosive strength running through his body. He could feel exactly how his spirituality had grown to augment his body. If before he felt like he was able to control spirituality by focusing his thoughts, he now felt like he could control it through his intent alone. With but a fleeting thought, Loki felt his spirituality emerge out of his body and form various shapes that he wouldn't have been able to perform before. This will help me greatly to improve my magic. Taking a pause from examining his newfound familiarity with spirituality, Loki began to examine the other new abilities he had gotten from advancing to Sequence 6 Prometheus. Loki felt greatly in tune with his surroundings. Everything inside the room felt like it was within his reach. Loki turned toward the Niffler, who was carefully looking at Loki to examine for any side effects of the potion. Looking at the coin in Sunny's tiny hands, Loki just swiped his hand through the air, and without anyone noticing, the coin that was just in Sunny's hands was now in Loki's. "Wah, how did you do no, give it back," Sunny exclaimed, causing Loki to smile. "I can teleport items within a 50-meter radius to my hands. How useful. I wonder how it works." With a slight nod, Loki looked at Sunny, who was rushing towards him. Loki kept his arm outstretched and held the coin in his fingers for Sunny to take it back from him, but as soon as the Niffler's hands laid on the coin, Loki vanished from his place. When Sunny looked around to see where Loki had vanished to, he found him standing right behind him, staring down at him with a smile. "I can also teleport myself around in a 50-meter radius. I don't know how I'm doing it yet, but it feels weird. It feels like I deceived something that I am vaguely familiar with. It is also much more convenient than apparition and portkeys." Loki then activated his spirit vision and paid keen attention to the Niffler, who appeared to be angry at having been stolen from. Sunny's spirit body appeared to be covered in strange symbols which Loki recognized were combinations of different runes. He had seen such a sight earlier in the year when he stole Cheek's ability to produce cursed black flames. Each rune on Sunny's spirit body indicated a specific ability that Loki could steal and use. With a simple swipe of his hand, Loki stole an ability from Sunny. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Asterisk. Sunny suddenly lost his ability to talk and looked at Loki indignantly with a frown on his face for being bullied like this. "Can you hear me?" Loki asked, his lips not moving but his voice resonating inside the room. Sunny's eyes went wide when he realized what Loki had done and began to launch a barrage of slaps on his arm. Loki had stolen Sunny's ability to speak by vibrating his spirituality. "I can't return it. It'll take a few minutes for your ability to speak to return. How about I give you 2 gold coins for causing you trouble?" Loki said with a smile and tossed 2 galleons towards Sunny, who opened his pouch and directly stuffed the coins into it. And my illusions seem to have gotten stronger again. I can fool Sunny into thinking that the coins I gave him were real. They act almost exactly normal, but I'm sure pathways that could see spirit threads would easily be able to tell that mine were fake because they don't have them. I wonder if I'll get the ability to see spirit threads eventually, given how there's the Trojan horse of destiny that literally requires stealing fate and such. A smooth smile appeared on his face and Loki found himself in a good mood. What an amazing advancement. I can't wait to get to higher sequences. Loki then focused his spirit vision a little, and suddenly, as if shifting through layers of fabric, he could see several blobs of light around himself and Sunny, but that wasn't what surprised him the most since he'd seen souls earlier. What surprised him were the veiny pathways that had appeared all around his body. It was as if someone had lit up his and Sunny's entire nervous system. "These are my magic pathways," Loki noticed. He had the urge to look at Nicholas and Pernell and examine the differences that way, but he stayed within reason and didn't do so out of fear of being caught. For the last test of his abilities, Loki covered the Ring of Harvest in his spirituality and caused the runes on it to glow. Suddenly, Loki could spot several mistakes and inefficient pathing of the runes on the ring, even after he had already edited it several times to make it more efficient and stronger. It seems like my ability to spot errors has also improved. How nice. I guess this will help me immensely in making new mystical items. With his new abilities sorted and tested, Loki removed the wall of spirituality around his room and relaxed in his bed. The Quidditch match was going to start in an hour and everyone was supposed to get ready to leave in a few minutes. As soon as Loki cleared the wall of spirituality, the air around him trembled, before splitting open to allow a dark bony hand to escape from it and leave behind a letter in front of Loki. Huh, who sent me a letter right now? Picking up the letter, Loki was surprised when he saw it was from Dominic. Oh, the letter was short and sweet. After asking about his well-being and other such general things about Hogwarts, Dominic wrote the letter to inform Loki about his acceptance into the unspeakable. I was lucky. The average acceptance time after the posting of an application is about 3 years, but mine was accepted in 2. I heard from my colleagues that one of my seniors had messed up in his job and so they suspended him. Apparently, an event at Hogwarts requires more personnel, so I was chosen. I should also be posted around the Quidditch World Cup camping grounds. An event at Hogwarts, Loki thought, conveniently ignoring that he might be the reason Dominic got the job. I can already guess the event will have something to do with you-know-who. Loki frowned and thought about it a little, trying to imagine how Voldemort could annoy him this year, but without any important information about the event. All Loki could think of was that the event might involve dangerous tasks that Voldemort might use to kill them. Loki wrote a quick reply to Dominic and congratulated him on his new job and wrote to ask him where he was posted in the Quidditch World Cup camping grounds so they could meet face to face. Knock knock. Loki opened the door after sending away Dominic's spirit and looked at the intruder. It was Prunell. Except Loki could hardly recognize her, there was war paint on her face. She had dressed up as a fan of Ireland and had several trinkets on her that represented the Ireland Quidditch team. Wow, I can't say I'm surprised. Is Nicholas supporting Bulgaria? Loki asked with some excitement as Prunell's infectious smile infected him. Yes, I am, Nicholas said with a smile as he pushed Prunell aside. You'll support Bulgaria with me, won't you? Loki looked at the two of them and with a wry smile pulled out his wand and tapped his cheeks. Under the stunned gazes of Nicholas, the flag of Ireland was painted onto his face. Huh, take that. Should have treated him better when you taught him, Nick. Prunell shouted in joy and dragged Loki away with her. Suddenly the door opposite Loki's opened and Fleur walked out of it. Nicholas looked at her and spoke with excitement. You're supporting Bulgaria, right, Fleur? Fleur's lips twitched as she watched how innocently Nicholas was looking at her, but she quickly put on a smile and spoke. Of course, Mr. Flammel, I will support them. Good. I knew I couldn't rely on that stupid disciple of mine. Here, wear this. Nicholas pulled out a cap with Bulgaria's colors and handed it over to Fleur, who with a slight blush put it on her head. And a fire lit up in Nicholas's eyes. I'll show them who's better when Bulgaria wins. Don't come crying back to me then. All the members of the alchemist group gathered in the stands along with the rest of the people in not a VIP room, since Prunell wanted to experience the raw emotions of the people and felt that they had to be too courteous inside the VIP room. The match started with both sides showing off their mascots. The Bulgarian team was paraded into the grounds by Vila, who Prunell graciously called, for the STREETSSS. You're not even real women. While placing one of her legs on the stands and booing, making Fleur extremely uncomfortable. The Irish team was paraded into the grounds by leprechauns who were showering the stands with fake gold. This time it was Nicholas's turn to boo the team along with Fleur. Loki looked at Fleur as a soft smile blossomed on his face. Hee hee, ha ha hey 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 hey, ha ha hey 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 hey. In spite of laughing creepily inside his mind, Loki kept a positive face on the outside while speaking to her. Fleur, how about a bet? If you win, I'll do something you want, and if I win, how about you do something I want? What are we doing? Fleur asked with suspicion. Nothing much, it's just that whoever wins the bet will get to introduce the other as a loser. A smile was threatening to break out on Loki's lips, which everyone noticed but decided not to say anything about. Fleur's eyes narrowed as she glared at Loki. What are you worried that you'll lose? Loser. Loki teased. Don't worry, Fleur. Trust me. Bulgaria will win. I'm sure he's just trying to get under your skin to affect our cheers for the team. I'm sure he doesn't know anything about the outcome. After all, it's impossible to divine about the outcome because of the interference. Fleur looked at Nicholas and nodded. Okay. I accept. Get ready to be called a loser for the rest of your life. I mean, of course. Of course. Loki nodded and went back to cheering for the Ireland team with Purnell. The Ireland team was strong, and the match had become one-sided. Anyone watching the match for the last 40 minutes would say that Bulgaria was going to lose. It was only the hope that Viktor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, would catch the snitch that was keeping the tension alive. We can still win, Fleur, don't worry about the bet. I'm sure Viktor Krum will catch the golden snitch. Nicholas pacified the panicking Fleur. The score was 160-10 in Ireland's favor. Their defense was so good that almost none of the attempts at hooping the quaffle had gotten past them and their keeper. With bated breaths, Loki along with the entire stadium waited when the commentator Ludo Bagman announced the following: "Ladies and gentlemen. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Viktor Krum is in a dive. Has he spotted the snitch?" Each player on their brooms from the Bulgarian team froze midair to watch Krum, their beaters doing their best to direct bulgers towards the Ireland seeker to prevent him from catching up to Krum. The score was 160-10. If Krum caught the snitch now they would tie and the cup would go to both since there were no tie-breakers in Quidditch. An outcome all fans detested. In the sharp dive where the entire stadium, filled with nearly 80,000 people, watched silently by tipping off the edges of their seats with clenched hands, doubts crept into Loki's mind. Was my divination wrong? Perhaps the Saphira Castle was unable to get rid of the interference. Loki's eyes followed Krum and with his omnioculars he could see just how fast his fingers were inching to the golden snitch that was flying just out of his reach. And just like that within a blink, Krum's fingers had wrapped around the snitch. He's got it. He's got it. Ludo Bagman shouted with joy. Loki felt the absolute enormity of joy that was released from Fleur and Nicholas when they heard Bagman and when they saw Krum catch the snitch. Half of the entire stadium shouted at once. Blanketed under the deafening cheers, however, everyone suddenly heard the referee's whistle and watched his hands which were pointing towards the Ireland team. Ireland team. Did he get the sides wrong? Bulgaria won right. And then it happened. Ludo Bagman announced the score, 170-160 in favor of Ireland. Ireland wins by 10 points. Merlin's tits. They sneaked in a goal when no one was looking. There was a short silence in the entire stadium and the other half whose hearts had just sunk rose up. Purnell stood on her chair and shouted. Controlled by a fit of happiness, Loki turned around and looked right at Fleur who was stunned along with Nicholas. Yo. Loser. Or should I say, losers. The walk back to their tent was hilarious. Loki kept throwing around the word, loser, while talking to Fleur like when he asked her to pass the popcorn he'd say, could you pass me the popcorn, loser? Or when he wanted her to move out of his way he'd say, losers should give way for the winners. The slight pause before he ended his sentence with the word loser caused Fleur to get annoyed even more. But instead of shouting or even glaring at Loki, she looked at Nicholas, who was looking at Loki with innocent eyes, trying to get him to stop since he was getting a really bad feeling from Fleur. That was fun, Loki said with a smile as he bade everyone a short farewell to go into his room in the tent. Yes, I agree, Purnell said with a smile on her face and then she added, it feels great to win. Nicholas shivered since Fleur glared at him again. You're an angel, Nick. You don't have to worry about a schoolgirl. Nicholas motivated himself, but one look at Fleur's glare made him shiver a little. Come on, Nick. I'm sure Purnell won't let her do anything to you. Good night. I feel tired after all that, I need some rest. Loki said, walking back into his room and shutting the door behind himself. That was a good show. It really felt like a World Cup. Collapsing on his bed, Loki was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt a disturbance in the space around him. A bony hand tore through and dropped a letter beside his head. Oh, Dominic replied. Loki opened the letter and quickly read it since it was short. I'm patrolling the outside to keep away any muggles. Nothing too magical. I am on guard duty, do you want to meet up? I'll be at the entrance of the camping grounds if you want to find me for about an hour from when this letter will find you. Loki was feeling tired all over, but he motivated himself to get out of bed since he hadn't seen Dominic in a long time. Arriving at the common room in the tent, Loki spotted Nicholas sitting on the couch with his hands folded, staring off into space with hollow eyes. I'm going out to meet a friend, old man, Loki said calmly, knowing Nicholas was still reeling from his losses. Wait, Nicholas said with some hesitance. Huh, what happened? Loki asked, turning around to see Nicholas was looking at him with innocence like a baby. Did he practice this or what? How's he so good at it? Please don't call Fleur that word anymore, I'm scared I'll get cursed. Loki raised his eyebrows but finally sighed audibly and turned around while speaking. Don't worry, I was only joking about that. I've already had fun with it. I don't want to bully her. Walking out of the tent, Loki heard a sigh of relief escape Nicholas, which made him laugh a little. Maybe once or twice more wouldn't be that bad. Stepping outside and breathing the fresh night air, Loki felt his lungs cleanse. The entrance was that side. Loki murmured and continued walking. A sudden warning flared up in his mind as Loki vanished from the spot he was standing, reappearing at least 10 meters away. BOOOOOOOOOOOMMMMM. The spot he was standing at exploded with force enough to knock away a few poorly planted tents. Screams and wails were suddenly very common all around the camp. Loki's ears were ringing because of the proximity of the explosion, but he maintained a focused look. An attack? On me? No, it's happening all over the camp. Before another explosion could go off, Loki found Nicholas stepping out of the tent. Nicholas looked around for Loki, and when he found him he relaxed a little, but that expression immediately vanished from his face when a streak of green light powered through the dust that had been lifted. Just when Loki thought the beam of light would hit Nicholas, he dispersed into a pale white fog that harmlessly allowed the spell to pass through. But almost instantly, Loki felt a severe pressure erupt from the fog. Ah! A faint gasp escaped Loki's lips as he realized what had happened. Is this how powerful an angel is? Loki's heart started to beat faster. The pale fog coalesced back into Nicholas. He raised his hand and grabbed at something in the air before he pulled it away like a blanket on a bed. His actions somehow caused the dust that had risen into the air to fly off as if a gust of wind had blown them away. It revealed a band of wizards cloaked in black robes with white masks marching through the camp, firing spells randomly in every direction possible. Loki watched as one random spell struck a child, causing him to be lifted into the air, hanging upside down as the other robed people cast several spells that were about to strike him. Loki clenched his wand tight, his brain firing quickly to try and find a way to get the child away from the world of pain he was about to experience otherwise. But before Loki could speak or even move, the air around the boy turned into a tornado, protecting him from all the spells that were bound to reach him. Loki looked at Nicholas and found him looking at the tornado that had formed around the boy. Then with a small flick of Nicholas's hand, Loki watched as the tornado moved away from the boy, leaving him unharmed, as it moved into the group of robed men. Even with their masks on them, Loki saw them panic instantly and scatter away like flies. Each used their own abilities to either protect themselves from the tornado or escape from its influence. Loki, go scour the situation and tell me everything about it. Nicholas shouted, I've got a handle on things here. I suspect things aren't as simple as they seem. Loki immediately nodded, ignoring the ridiculous size the tornado had grown into as he dipped along the shadows, walking while covering himself in illusions, rushing around the camp to see exactly what was going on. I can hear screams and wails from all directions. Does that mean there are more of those robbed guys? Who is doing this? And why? In the rush of the crowd of people moving around and searching for somewhere safe, Loki saw a girl stumble and be trampled on. He quickly moved to help her get up and save her, but it appeared to be too late for her. Loki's eyes trembled as he spotted a streak of blood trickling down the side of her temple. He felt her breath after teleporting away from the crowd and towards a tent, but it was faint. All right. All she needs is some medical care and she should be able to pull through. With his eyes set on the target, Loki started to walk towards the exit of the camp where everyone else was rushing towards. However, midway through his steps he froze. Wouldn't the exit be the most common point of exit? What if this is what the person who instigated this mess wants? Loki didn't know if he was right or wrong, so he searched around for any indication of theory being right. Damn, I can't see anything from so low. Loki teleported to the top of a tent and began to observe the situation better, but he didn't like what he saw. Tents that appeared to have been burnt at random earlier now had a clear pattern. They were funneling everyone towards the exit by using the burning tents to create a temporary wall. But why? However, Loki didn't waste time on that question. Instead, he blew the whistle to summon Sunny, who poked his head through the spirit world. What happened? No time to explain. Could you please put all those people rushing towards the exit to sleep? Loki asked with urgency. Sunny looked around and after a little thought nodded. I might be able to do it, but I can only make them sleep for about 30 minutes. That will be enough, Loki said and teleported away from Sunny, standing on a tent a little further away so that he wouldn't be caught in Sunny's performance. Loki saw Sunny reverberate the air with his spirituality and a melodious poem flowed out. Of all that is horror, may you seek out all that is here. Of all that is eternal, may you break all that is here. Of all depths of darkness, may you take all that is here. Of all the silence, may you make yours all that is here. Of all the concealed, may you bring down your kingdom here. As soon as Sunny's words formed, the crowd began to stop. It was as if an animation wheel had been frozen and stopped midway through. As if the lives of dozens of people were suddenly put on pause. Everyone, the rich or the poor, the fearful or the excited, the sick or the lively, everyone, was stopped without any bias. Sunny vanished after everyone stopped, slipping into the spirit world so he wouldn't be targeted because he was low on spirituality. There are no robed people among them, Loki noticed with a frown. Are they lying in wait outside the camp? At the gate. As soon as all the people stopped moving, Loki lay the girl he had rescued on the roof of a random safe tent and moved around by teleporting around, checking to see if there was something that would explain the situation a little better. But he couldn't find anything different, something that wouldn't belong where they were. There were no obviously wrong things that would point him in the right direction to reveal what the robed people wanted to do. Was it just to cause chaos? Loki looked around himself with a frown. Nicholas was working to keep the robed people locked away on the other side of the camp, so Loki decided to visit the Saphira castle. Entering the castle after taking 4 steps counterclockwise, Loki immediately pulled out the topaz pendulum and wrote down the following words on a goatskin parchment. The robed people's aim is only to cause chaos. Entering cogitation, Loki's eyes blackened and with his topaz pendulum extended he started his divination. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. Comma. The robed people just want to cause chaos and do nothing more. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the pendulum with relief. It was spinning clockwise. So I was worrying for nothing. Loki dismissed everything near him and stood up to go back but stopped before he could exit the Saphira castle. A frown formed on his face and he sat back down, pulled out his topaz pendulum again and entered cogitation. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Comma. Someone else wants to use the chaos for their own purposes. Loki opened his eyes and became a little shocked. The pendulum was turning clockwise. His heart started to beat faster again and his breathing quickened as sweat began to form on his palms. Someone else is using the chaos the robed people are causing. Are they under someone's orders to cause chaos? But how will this be used? Did they want to collect the pain, fear and sadness that is being caused by all the chaos for something? Like the plague of Backland. Loki's hands trembled. So Nicholas was right. There is something else going on. Calming himself using cogitation, Loki closed his eyes and used dream divination. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. The The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. Comma. The reason for all the chaos that is being caused. Loki's eyes swam as a few images flickered past him. The first was the back view of an armchair in an abandoned house. Near the chair was a large snake that was coiled up into a pile. The image shifted and another one flashed past Loki. It was of a large black cube-like building where dementors swarmed all around, floating freely and snaking on the happiness of the people trapped there. The image shifted and another one flashed past Loki. It was of the camp Loki was currently in. It was a top view, giving Loki a view of the entire camp at once along with all the people inside it. Loki finally snapped out of his dream divination as he looked around the gray fog with a frown on his face. A person with a snake. You know who? Or Harry Potter. The building was Azkaban. And a high view of the camp we are in. How are all these related? Loki thought for a while and came up with a possible conclusion. Is the camp a distraction for you know who to break out his Death Eaters from Azkaban? Possible. But how did he plan to keep the Aurors distracted long enough for the breakout of Azkaban to go unnoticed? Is there something more to what's going on inside the camp? Loki thought back to the image of the camp he was shown, dissecting every detail about it that he could see. A frown formed on Loki's face as he discovered something suspicious. Why didn't I see any Aurors enter the camp once there was a disturbance inside? Didn't Dominic say he was standing guard just outside at the entrance? Why was the camp mostly empty from the top view? Filled only with panicking people. The frown on Loki's face deepened. He immediately exited the Saphira castle and returned to his body. Everything outside was the same as it had been when he'd left. The people were still frozen and no one was moving. Loki took advantage of the situation and rushed to the entrance of the camp, where everyone had been moving toward before. He teleported on the roof of tents and began to look around to see if he could spot any discrepancies, but nothing particularly stood out to him. Arriving at the entrance of the camp, Loki pulled out his wand and carefully inspected everything around him by spreading his spirituality to sense and reveal any wards. As soon as Loki's spirituality came in contact with the wards around the place, they lit up, but Loki's face morphed into a frown and then slowly into confusion before being replaced by slight annoyance and anger. There is a barrier to stop people from leaving if I'm not wrong. And there seems to be something missing from this entire formation. Loki walked closer to the entrance and pushed his hand outward. An ethereal, almost invisible barrier stopped it from leaving the bounds of the camp. Coming close to the barrier, Loki quickly looked outside. The outside was normal, everything seemed pleasant and calm. Loki even spotted Dominic standing guard while looking at his pocket watch and then back at the camp, possibly wondering if Loki would come outside. Loki sighed audibly at this and knelt on the ground. He quickly pulled out a few candles and lit them up with his spirituality and conducted a short ritual to call upon Dominic's spirit messenger. The ritual didn't take long, and almost immediately a dark bony hand poked through the void of the spirit realm, appearing right beside Loki. With the hand in front of him, Loki pulled out a parchment from his pocket and scribbled a few words on it. This is not a joke. The camp is under siege by robed people suspected to be Death Eaters. There is a barrier around the camp preventing anyone from the inside from escaping outside. It is also the thing preventing you from realizing if there's something wrong here, since I suspect it has a large illusion cast over the camp. And, this is just a guess, but I suspect this is a distraction since the illusion barrier is just there to keep you unaware of what's going on inside. But they wanted you to notice since spirit world travel isn't interrupted, so they are just delaying things. If it was an actual attack that had a reason, the Death Eaters would have just taken people hostage and stated their demands. Counting on you to handle the outside, Dominic. Yours truly, Loki. Loki dropped the short letter in the bony hand and watched as it vanished and reappeared near Dominic. There was a smile on Dominic's face initially, which slowly turned into a frown and then into full-blown horror. He quickly rushed up to Loki and tried stepping into the camp, but the thin ethereal invisible barrier stopped him in his tracks. Loki could see exactly where Dominic was, but Dominic couldn't. He tried banging on the barrier and even used several spells, but it didn't budge. Only a few minutes later, Dominic realized the gravity of the situation and immediately set up a ritual to summon the spirit for his supervisor. Leaving Dominic to his devices, Loki left his spot and rushed back to investigate the wards further. Near Nicholas, the tornado had stopped and several people had sought his protection and rushed to be behind him, creating a small crowd. Looking around, Nicholas spotted several faces he was familiar with among the crowd of people around him: Lucius Malfoy and his family, Arthur Weasley and his family, and several other purebloods, even the famous Harry Potter and the madman being hunted until recently, Sirius Black. Nicholas had revealed his identity along with Prunell to quell the panicking mass of people who had begun running around in all directions. But Nicholas was slightly wary of what had occurred. In front of Nicholas were the bodies of various Death Eaters who were caught up in his tornado. They were piled upon each other like gunny bags. But what made him approach the situation with caution were the Death Eaters who were standing beyond the bodies of their companions. This group had taken all the Half-Bloods and Muggle-borns hostage. The hostages were kneeling on the ground and their mouths were sewed shut with magical threads that burnt them if they even intended to make a sound, while their limbs were immobilized because of ropes knotted around their bodies. A thin slit opened up in the space around Nicholas, which he looked at with calm eyes because he could feel the spirituality of the creature beyond. Loki sent a letter. Has he figured something out? From the slit a parchment flew out and Nicholas grabbed it and began to read. There's a barrier surrounding the place, no one goes in or out. It also casts an illusion to prevent anyone outside from knowing exactly what is going on inside. Loki delivered the bad news first and then moved on to the good news. But I informed a friend of mine using his spirit messenger. So the ministry should already know what's going on. I also put everyone at the entrance of the camp to sleep for the next 15 minutes so that there wouldn't be a stampede as everyone tried rushing towards the exit. Nicholas nodded and went back to looking at the Death Eaters in front of him who were using hostages to bring the fight to a stalemate. Can't you help them, Mr. Flamel? A voice Nicholas recognized came from Arthur Weasley spoke. Prunell answered in his stead. They've planted rune chains on them to set them on fire should Nick act. Can't you just defuse the runes before they activate? Arthur asked and everyone around them stayed silent, paying attention to Nicholas's answer. It is not that I am incapable. Nicholas shook his head. I just don't know if they have any more cards to play, like the few of them who have cursed their captors with something that is particularly tricky to deal with. I could do it if I had enough time, but I can't risk their lives. Everyone remained silent, ruminating on Nicholas's words as one of the Death Eaters stepped forward and spoke. I advise you to give up. Let us perform our jobs and we'll leave all of you alone. We only care for the mudbloods. Stand with us and you'll be rewarded. Don't listen to the madman. He's just trying to divide us amongst ourselves. Arthur shouted through the crowd. And why should we listen to your words? Don't you already know? No one goes in or out of the barrier. That means the ministry won't come here to help us. Another voice said. The crowd parted and Arthur saw the other man who had just spoken come into view. Lucius Malfoy. Everyone recognized. Do you want to damn innocent people to death, Malfoy? Arthur said with seething hatred in his tone. No, but I'm trying to save as many lives I see. And how do you think they'll keep true to their words? They've already maimed so many. What's a few more to them? Mr. Weasley shouted. And how do you propose we fight them? Do you have a better way to deal with them than Mr. Flamel? Lucius asked with a damning smile, and after Mr. Weasley went quiet for a few seconds he spoke. Thought so. Loki in the meantime was thinking about the runes he'd seen around the camp. The wall was built to mimic a wall of spirituality, to isolate a region from everywhere else so that nothing on either side of the wall would disturb each other. How is the damn illusion working? Am I being stupid, or is there another pathway that is as good at casting illusions as the error and fool pathways? Or is it a spell of some sort? Loki frowned, but since he couldn't figure out that right now, he shook his head and changed his line of thought. If there's a wall all around the camp, does that mean all this was planned with the help of people in the ministry? But even if the wall was planned much earlier, how did they power it up? Something like this would need a lot of spirituality to create. As soon as Loki came to this point, he frowned. Did they use a creature like the basilisk Salazar created to cast it? Rubbing his ring and thumb finger, Loki activated spirit vision to examine everything. From his spot on the top of the tent, Loki scanned around the camp to check everything carefully. As he eventually came across the spot where Nicholas was, his eyes strained. The Death Eaters stopped Nicholas. No, he seems to be as lively as ever. But then why isn't he fighting them? And why are half the Death Eaters kneeling? Are they hostages? Did they take hostages to force him to stop? But what kind of hostage situation would stop him? His speed is probably fast enough to kill them all at the same time by splitting their heads off. Single quote. Unless the Death Eaters did something to the hostages which would leave them at the gates of death should he act, but, is he really that weak? I don't know, but isn't he a literal angel? And Pernell? Why is she so quiet too? Loki turned his attention back to the hostages and tried examining them in detail to see if there was anything he could figure out. But although the hostages were all terribly worried, they looked perfectly fine in Loki's spirit vision otherwise. Loki tried viewing everyone's souls to see if he could figure something out, but his spirituality warned him against it. His palms turned sweaty and his mind became clouded, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself. It's all right. Nicholas will be able to solve the situation on his own. He's an angel, I'm sure whatever he's doing will work out. Loki turned his sights away and began to scan throughout the camp for any special object or item that contained a lot of spirituality, something that could have been used to start the barrier. There were several mystical objects on all the people around Loki, but he ignored them since he couldn't tell them apart or even understand what they could do without looking at the runes on them. There were also several people around the area in the burning tents that had been buried under the rubble, but Loki turned his gaze away from them for now since he wanted to try and figure out what was going on before taking any action. Damn it. But what irritated Loki was that there wasn't a sign of any creature or person that would have immense spirituality like the basilisk in Loki's vision, apart from Nicholas. Is it hiding from us? No, if it was hiding, I'm pretty sure Nicholas and Pernell would have found it by now using their spirit vision. Loki's frown only deepened. Loki scoured around to see if he could spot anything hidden from his view but gave up after a few wasted minutes. If Nicholas and Pernell haven't been able to spot something like this, I need to figure out a different angle to all this. What do the Death Eaters want to do in the first place? Kill the hostages. But wouldn't that give Nicholas free reign over their lives? How do they expect to fight Nicholas after they've killed all their hostages? As if realizing Loki's thoughts, Nicholas spoke, cutting across the petty squabble that the adults were having. You may do whatever you want. Everyone looked at him, either with shock like Arthur or with giddiness like Lucius. And all the Death Eaters perked up when they heard Nicholas's words. I hadn't expected you to choose their side, Mr. Flammel. How could you? After Dumbledore has worked with you. He's the beacon of light. Arthur exclaimed. He cut through the crowd, walking right up to Nicholas and spoke again, tugging on his shoulder. Has your immortality killed your humanity? Have you embraced the darkness that one must stay away from on the path of a bay? With a simple swipe of his wand, Nicholas caused Arthur to fly back and fall in front of his family. Arthur glared at Nicholas, and along with him Harry and the entire Weasley family looked at him with anger enough to burn a hole into him if it could. But Nicholas ignored them. With a smile, Nicholas turned towards the group of Death Eaters with hostages. Please, carry on. We don't have any qualms. Most looked at Nicholas with a little shock. They never expected someone who was touted as Dumbledore's closest teacher and friend to be like this. Only Pernell seemed to realize Nicholas was angry because although he was smiling, it never reached his eyes. After a few minutes of failing to find anything useful, Loki finally moved towards the burning tents. Rushing towards them by teleporting around to save any people trapped burning inside them. Except as he examined the tents more closely, his eyes widened. The people are underground. Did they try saving themselves by burying themselves? What? How are they even alive? Bubblehead charm or something? If they could cast a charm, why didn't they just blow the tent up to escape? With but a thought, Loki vanished from the spot where he was standing and reappeared inside one of the burning tents. There wasn't anything particularly eye-catching around the area where he had appeared, but exactly in the center of it all, where the human was buried, Loki spotted a faint wisp of spirituality escaping the ground. Loki flicked his wand while mumbling, "Defindo." Shwick. A soft explosion muffled by the tent sounded through the camp, sending dirt from the ground up into the air, but Loki remained undisturbed as he flicked his wand again, causing the separated part of the ground to levitate like a clump of grass before sending it to a random corner. His eyes searched for the source of the faint wisp of spirituality that was escaping the ground, and then they widened. The dust slowly settled and Loki's skin felt like a million ants had crawled under it. What is that? Is that even a human being? Loki's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. What appeared after the dust settled was a head, a simple human head. But the head was rotting. Loki didn't know how or why. But the head was foul. Apart from the hair, everything else on the head had rotten away. No eyes, no nose, no lips, it was barely a skull, and yet he's still alive. Loki used his wand to slowly carve the dirt around the dead man and quickly searched for the source of the spirituality that was leaking from him. Yet even after he freed up around a foot around the man's head by transfiguring the dirt into water, Loki couldn't see a single mystical item on the man. It's coming from something inside his body. Loki closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, getting his blood pumping for what he was about to do next. Bending low, Loki used his wand and cut up the skull using Defindo. He cast the spell 4 times, making 4 incisions on the skull around the crown as he moved closer to pull it out by gripping the hair. Except just when he was about to touch the hair, Loki heard random murmurings all shouting the same thing: "Stop. Don't pick it up. She is watching. Don't touch it. Run away." Loki's breathing hitched. His first thought was to run and teleport away. But knowing that nothing had happened yet, he realized he was safe, for now at least. Calming himself down, Loki assessed the situation and the murmurings. A deity is watching. No, I'd already be dead if that was the case. There is something inside the skull that could cause a deity to take notice of me. His body chilled at the thought. But seeing the tent burning around him, Loki knew he didn't have a long time. He immediately created a small area blocked by a wall of spirituality around himself and transfigured a stout altar on which he placed 3 candles. He lit the candles using his spirituality and started to speak. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to conceal me from the energies inside the skull. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki stayed kneeling in prayer position for a few seconds, and almost immediately he felt a serene presence wash over him. Standing up, Loki drew a crimson moon on his chest and for the first time said, "Praise the Master of Darkness." With the blessing obtained, Loki made his way towards the skull. He bent low and used his fingers to wound the hair around them. He waited to see if there would be any murmurings or whispers that would warn him against the act he was committing, but he heard nothing. Taking a deep breath, Loki pulled out the piece of skull he'd just detached from the skull a few minutes earlier. The underside of the piece of skull Loki just pulled was pitch black. Is it dried blood? Loki conjured up a stream of water using his wand, cleansed the skull and turned it over to examine it once again. A symbol was etched into the bone. A symbol that Loki recognized and one that he did not like. It was the symbol of an outer deity. The symbol of the Mother Tree of Desire. There was a soft pause when Nicholas spoke. Neither the Death Eaters nor the people taking shelter behind Nicholas moved. Harry was trembling in anger as he gripped his wand tight while looking at Hermione, who had streaks of tears flowing down her cheeks much like the other hostages that had been captured. But whenever he tried to do something, he would always feel a strict sense of suppression that erupted from the man he had once helped, Nicholas Flamel. Harry glared at him, as did Ron and the rest of the Weasleys who were standing there. But none of them moved carelessly. Finally, after about a minute of tense silence, the leader of the small group of Death Eaters moved. He took a step toward Nicholas and dragged with his wand a hostage behind him. The other Death Eaters followed. They passed through the crowd that had gathered behind Nicholas without encountering any hindrance. It was very easy for them, because each time anyone from the crowd, be it Harry, Ron or any of the other Weasleys, behind Nicholas tried to harm them or cast a spell on them, Nicholas and Prunell simply suppressed them by releasing their godly aura, almost giving them a blackout. Everyone was forced to watch the Death Eaters walk away in silence. The faces of several people were marked with deep frowns while few others kept control over their emotions. Eventually, they arrived at the sea of people that Sunny had frozen. As they walked through the field of frozen people, everyone felt chills travel up their spines. Everyone felt a little shocked by the scale at which everyone was petrified. Wondering in their silence if the Death Eaters were responsible for this, but they said nothing. But ignoring all the people frozen stiff, the Death Eaters walked towards the entrance of the camp. If anything, they seemed giddy about what had happened, as if their jobs had been made easier. Suddenly one of the Death Eaters separated himself from the rest of them and used his wand, causing a small wound to appear on the neck of the hostages around him. He then pulled out a small vial and collected a few milliliters of blood from all of them. A series of actions that all the other Death Eaters allowed to happen with their own hostages without putting up any sort of resistance against the man. Once they were all done, the man broke off from the group and moved toward the entrance. Once there, he created a wall of spirituality around himself to isolate the area near him and set up an altar with candles. He knelt in front of the altar and pulled out 2 golden bowls. One which already had blood in it and another in which he poured in the blood of the hostages, filling it to the brim. Everyone's eyes trembled as the same thoughts passed through their minds, and Arthur spoke up once again, "They're going to sacrifice innocent people in front of your eyes. And you're going to do nothing. You people are just as bad as... Oh, could you shut up? We're purebloods. We don't need to sacrifice our lives for filthy mudbloods." Malfoy sneered. "Aren't I right, Mr. Flammel?" Nicholas looked at Malfoy and with a soft smile nodded. "If anyone attempts to disturb what happens next, I don't mind passing you along to be sacrificed." Nicholas said the last words with some of his presence leaking, sending everyone into a spiral of fear. Yet Arthur stood strong. "I don't care who you are anymore. How can you do nothing in the face of such madness?" Arthur pulled out his wand and pointed it at Nicholas, who looked positively annoyed. Standing on the top of a tent, Loki observed the various other burning tents in the area. "What are they doing? What is their aim?" Loki looked back at the symbol carved on the piece of skull he'd hijacked. The symbol was quite unique and easy to recognize. It was divided into 3 parts. In the background were several scratches that resembled the roots of a dead tree. On top of this, in the center, was an arrow that pointed downwards. The third and final part was a line curved like a snake coiling around the arrow in the center that was pointing downwards. Loki guessed the symbol was responsible for the state of the person inside the ground. But to his surprise, even after the symbol had been separated from the man's skull, it constantly leaked spirituality. It appeared that the roots on the last layer of the symbol funneled spirituality into the symbol, passing it along the arrow that pointed downward and along the slithering curves around it. It reminded Loki of a picture he'd recently seen using his divination. The picture of the burning camp that he'd seen from the top view while using dream divination. The tents in the camp that were burning were all arranged in a similar pattern to the symbol in his hands. Is it a part of some ritualistic magic? The space around Loki suddenly tore and revealed a Sunny, only 5 minutes before they start waking up from their sleep. Loki looked away from the piece of skull in his hand and looked at all the frozen people in front of him. Loki nodded towards Sunny and let him leave. But that was when he noticed the Death Eaters he'd seen with Nicholas earlier walking towards the exit. He spotted Hermione among the hostages but remained calm as he focused his senses to check what the Death Eaters were doing. When they began to take blood from the hostages, Loki's mind clicked in place with a theory. Are they performing ritualistic magic to sacrifice all the people in the camp? If the tents are arranged like her symbol, wouldn't the exit that everyone is at be the spot where the ritual culminates? Loki frowned. Firstly, what are they going to do with the result of the ritual? And what are they using to power such a large sacrifice ritual in the first place? I'm quite sure it'll take a lot of energy to allow her to do something to kill all the people here because a barrier around the planet is keeping out all the outer gods. Loki with a worried expression scanned across the area, trying to find if there was any creature like the basilisk to power up such a ritual. There were none. But then Loki's eyes fell on the situation near the exit with the Death Eaters. Wait a minute, what if the Death Eaters are going to use their lives to power the ritual? Damn, why are they even performing the ritual then if they're just going to die? Aren't they scared of death or something? Loki shook his head away from thoughts that wouldn't help him immediately and started to think of a solution. His mind blazed through several possible ways he could interrupt the ritual and he eventually settled on one. He pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time with firm eyes. 4 more minutes. I can't steal from all the skulls in such little time. But it is plenty for me to create an error in the ritual and cause it to become imbalanced so that the Death Eaters are killed without any gain and the hostages are rescued. But to create the error, I probably need Salazar's help since he's the only god I know that is awake. Teleporting away from his location, Loki vanished before anyone could spot him on the tent. Do you think you can take me on, Arthur? Nicholas asked with a lot of patience. Arthur only straightened his back and spoke with anger, Bombarda Maxima. Nicholas could have dodged the spell but he was forced to block it when he realized it would disturb the ritual behind him if he dodged. It wasn't anything hard to do as Nicholas just used the shield spell to redirect the spell cast by Arthur into the ground, causing it to explode into a fog of dust. The Death Eaters smiled when they saw Nicholas helping them but no one noticed a small part of the heel of his shoes split away from it and sprouted legs to walk away. Purnell handed the little rickety machine a small scroll of paper before the machine jumped away into the spirit world and vanished. Phew, that was easy, Loki thought as he looked at the handful of skull bones he'd stolen to create an imbalance in the ritual so that all the Death Eaters would die needlessly. The space around Loki twisted a little, causing him to immediately go on guard. How did anyone find me? I'm currently concealed by him. But instead of a terrifying beast, a crazed Beander or even an outer god, what leapt out of the spirit world was a small creature that looked like a rubber door wedge. Huh. The creature walked with the help of hops and jumps until it reached Loki's feet and stumbled on it, dropping a small scroll that was in its hands in the process. An alchemical creature. Nicholas. With caution, Loki picked up the scroll and opened it. He recognized it was Purnell's handwriting. In it were 6 simple words. Don't let the Death Eaters die. Loki turned the note around and found 6 more words. The one leading them is fine. Loki's hands froze. What? Why? The dollar at hash is wrong with your head. Did you get corrupted by her already? A string of curses formed in Loki's mind as his hands trembled, in fear or anger he couldn't tell. Loki took a deep breath and calmed himself. Although he didn't understand why Nicholas and Purnell wanted him to leave the Death Eaters alone, he knew they wouldn't ask something like this for no reason. For the Death Eaters to live, it means the ritual must never activate, but I can't simply steal all the other skulls that have her sacred emblem carved into them in time. Is there no other way? Loki frowned, spending the next 20 seconds thinking of a plan. And to his luck, he was graced with an idea. I don't know if this will work and if Salazar will hate me for this, but this is the only way. This is your punishment for leaving me to face 2 true gods alone, you $. At. Well, if you don't, then the planet will go boom either way, so you better. Picking up all the pieces of skull he'd stolen, Loki acted on the first plan that sprouted in his mind. He blew on the whistle to summon Sunny once again, and when the Niffler popped out of the spirit world, Loki spoke, "Bring the basilisk to my location after 30 seconds. Seeing the urgency in Loki's eyes, Sunny didn't question his words and left to finish his task, leaving Loki to finish his. Loki immediately began to teleport around the camp, using the pieces of skulls he'd stolen to rearrange the structure of the symbol formed by the buried people there. Hi, my name is Hermione and this is my diary. I've been wanting to make a diary, but ever since I learnt what happened to Ginny in the 2nd year, I've come to fear the thought of writing my feelings into something that could be used against me. Nevertheless, Daphne has encouraged me to write in a diary by giving me this wonderful journal that I now use to write in. Since this is something I want to look back to in the future to remember fondly, my first entry will be about something special. At first I was really skeptical when Loki told me how he'd written a play for us to perform together, but it took my breath away when I actually read it. It felt something straight out of a Disney movie. It felt amazing. At that moment I was sure that with Loki's help, we'd be able to bring tears to everyone in the audience, just like how it had affected me when I'd first read it. I hadn't known Loki was such a fantastic writer until then. It feels a little embarrassing right now to think about how I always argued with Loki about how the newspaper articles were written. Our first performance in Professor McGonagall's classes was a joy to be a part of. I was just so immersed in making everything happen exactly the way we'd planned that I never realized how soon it finished. It felt exhilarating to be a part of something so amazing. It felt amazing to be with Loki while it was happening, because the worries about something going wrong didn't happen. I'm sure if it were Harry or Ron that had partnered with me, something stupid would have happened, like a Dark Lord suddenly taking over the puppet in our play or something. That's it for today. I will write more when I feel like it. See you. Hello again. Today I saw Loki and Daphne talking about the comic strips in the newspaper. Although they both keep denying it, I just know that they are good friends with each other like how Daphne and I are. Wait a minute. Is Daphne my friend? Why do we rarely talk to each other? Does she find me annoying? Is Loki talking to me only because we are running the newspaper together? How come we never talk about things other than the newspaper? Hello again. I feel a little reluctant to pick up writing in the diary after the last time, but here I am. I asked Loki today why we only seem to always talk about the newspaper and he appeared surprised by my question. We do. Loki asked, and then he thought for a bit before speaking again. That's strange. I guess we should arrange a tea break while we work so that the three of us talk to each other about something else. Although I thought that Daphne would have rejected it, she surprisingly didn't, and it feels good to know that we will all be talking about other things from now on. That's it for today. See you. It was bad. Bad might just be an understatement. It felt like we couldn't hold a conversation with each other even if someone's life depended on it. Daphne and I tried talking about the rumors that we picked up from the ghosts while talking to them for articles, but we realized Loki was always left out. And then when Daphne spoke to Loki about the various people who came to him for a divination, I was left out. While it was partially because I didn't believe in what Loki was doing, I also felt that Daphne and Loki were stepping around eggshells while talking about it. As if they were trying to avoid letting slip any important information. Overall, our conversations were awkward and mostly silent. Not doing it again. See you. Sirius Black was in the castle last night. It was scary. Apparently, he was aiming for the Gryffindor common room since the fat lady's portrait was torn up when she didn't let him enter. That's it for today. See you. Arg. I hate Ron. He keeps telling me poor Crookshanks is attacking his rat. How foul. How could poor Crookshanks attack his rat? Especially when it looks so disgusting and disease-infested. I'm sure no cat would want to eat him. Especially not one as intelligent as Crookshanks. See you. Harry and Ron are idiots. Idiots the two of them are. Harry got a new broom for Christmas, but we didn't know who sent it to him. But Harry and Ron weren't even ready to consider the possibility that it might be cursed. Even after what has happened to Harry in Quidditch before, they told me I was going nuts. I asked Loki about it and he told me he'd try and figure out who had ordered the broom for me. Apparently the person he worked with this summer, Mr. Spudmore, was the person who made the firebolt. Did Loki get to work on it too? He did tell us earlier in class that he'd talk to him to see if me and Daphne could intern with him next summer too, but we both rejected it. If I can't get it of my own merit, then I don't want it. That will be all today. I will keep you updated on how stupid Ron and Harry are. I will inform Professor McGonagall about the broom too. See you. Professor McGonagall confiscated the broom. I feel a little sorry for Harry, but it is for his own safety. I don't want one of my only friends to die or have something even worse happen to him. I'm going home for Christmas and I hope Harry doesn't get into trouble and lose his house points again. See you. Loki's Christmas gift to me was a packet that could turn cold or hot depending on how much of my spirituality I put into it. He said it's for my back that probably hurts because of how long I sit and don't move while reading books. Thoughtful. Along with that, he also gifted me a set of rare cards deck to be used in Arcadia Royale. Did he notice I hadn't gotten around to picking the new cards Daphne had designed? My gift to him was a bag of chocolates from Honeydukes since he missed the last outing to Hogsmeade. He said he was busy with something else. Daphne gifted me a handmade painting of me working on the newspaper articles in Classroom 2-21. And I gifted her a copy of an interesting book I found in the library, An Artist's Guide to Painting the Universe. It is a book that uses the developing potion to allow artists to mimic moving pictures. Perhaps we'll have cards with moving illustrations next year. I hope so. I'm sure the cards will become even more popular if they do. That's it for today. See you. Okay, I'm suspicious of Loki. He somehow keeps meeting me after my classes. Does he have my entire timetable memorized or something? How does he even follow me around even when I use the T-object Professor McGonagall gave me? When I confronted Loki about it, he said, if you see me around you a lot, that must mean you've fallen for me. Your subconscious is constantly reminding you about me. I'm sorry, but however at this moment I cannot accept your proposal. Proposal my foot. I'm going to find out why he's been following me around and how. Just you wait, Loki. See you. OMG. You won't believe what happened today. Firstly, Harry went missing. Then we learnt that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Not that I didn't know about it earlier, but yeah. And after that, we learnt Sirius Black was after not Harry but a man called Peter Pettigrew, and that they were all illegal animaguses animagui when they were at Hogwarts. And would you believe it? Ron's rat was Peter Pettigrew. I knew Crookshanks knew something was wrong with him. Crookshanks is the best. I also happened to figure out why Loki suddenly started to meet me, coincidentally, after my classes. It was because he knew about the time turner. I don't know how he knew, but he did. He said he divined it, but I don't believe him. He has that sneaky smirk on his face all the time as if he is up to something. But turns out he's really a seer. Professor Snape explained today how there are different sets of people who have magical abilities, Beyonders. And he said that Loki was a Beyonder, a mystery prior if I remember correctly. Apparently purebloods are special because they are Beyonders. I asked Ron if his family had Beyonders too, but he said he knew nothing about it. Maybe his parents don't think he should become one. Or, maybe they are not well off enough to be one. That explains why Malfoy always calls them blood traitors, at least a little bit. Is Daphne a Beyonder too? Did she know Loki was one? Is that why they talk like they're walking on eggshells whenever the topic turns towards Loki's divination abilities? Can I become a Beyonder too? I'll ask Loki if I can. See you. Loki told me becoming a Beyonder was not something I should even think about. He said the following, and I quote, "Good Beyonders are often guardians, but they are also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness." I think he said that just to keep me away from becoming a Beyonder, otherwise why would he choose to become one? And why would the professors and nobles become Beyonders if it was really so dangerous? I want to become a Beyonder. I shall ask Professor McGonagall if I can become one to learn about the mysteries of magic. I'm sure she will help me. That's it for today, see you. I asked Professor McGonagall about becoming a Beyonder after returning the magical item that helped me schedule classes, but she was very disapproving of my ambition to become one. She then asked me how I knew about Beyonders, so I told her what Professor Snape had told me. She grew weary as she listened to me and asked me if I had asked Loki about becoming a Beyonder. I said I did and told her exactly what Loki had told me about it. Professor McGonagall agreed with Loki's description and said it was an apt statement that was perfect to describe good Beyonders, and tried to dissuade me, but I stood strong since I wanted to understand all the mysteries of magic. Eventually Professor McGonagall sighed and told me that if after summer holidays I was still just as eager to become a Beyonder as I am now, She would personally guide me along the same pathway that she is a meander in. She said it was the mystery prior pathway. Did she help Loki become one too? But why did she help him and not me? Am I not good enough? That's it for today, see you. Ron invited me to the Quidditch match. It seems Harry will be there too, along with Sirius, who has begun living with Harry at the Potter house for some reason. Although I don't like Quidditch very much, I think it will be fun. Will Loki be there? I haven't gotten a letter from him and I don't know where he lives to send him one through Ron or Harry. I hope he's alright. I shall keep an eye out for him at the camp where Ron said we'd be waiting for a night. That's all for today. See you. Hermione closed her eyes as tears dripped from them. Her body trembled with fear involuntarily as the small incision on her neck bled freely. Is this what Loki meant when he told me good Beodners fight against madness? Madness like the ones these Death Eaters are displaying. Hermione wanted to scream and wail, but unfortunately, her mouth was sewed shut with a magical rope that burned her each time she attempted to do anything. The only indications of her pain were her reddening eyes and flowing tears. She glanced over at the crowd that had gotten riled up trying to fight off the Weasleys and a few other good people, trying to stop them from interfering with the ritual the Death Eaters were conducting. She spotted Harry and Ron fighting those opposing them, trying to claw their way towards her, but Sirius was looking at Nicholas and Pernell with immense fear as he kept dragging them back, trying to stop them from doing something stupid. But to Hermione, it looked like Sirius was trying to save himself and Harry. Hermione's gaze eventually landed on the back of Nicholas Flamel, a figure she'd come to greatly respect during her first year but one she'd come to despise now. Can I even say that what he's doing is wrong? What's wrong in wanting to protect your life? And why would he even give up his life for a foolish person like me? After all, isn't his life as the maker of the Philosopher's Stone worth much more than the life of a random Hogwarts student? Is he a Meander too? Is he also turning mad? Trying to save his own life in spite of the sacrifices it might take? Tearing her disappointed gaze away from the crowd that was fighting in front of her, she eventually turned to look at the leader of the Death Eaters who had started the ritual. Am I going to die? Just like that. Tears flooded Hermione's eyes as she looked ahead. An unending silent scream never leaving her voice erupted out of Hermione as she grew more and more desperate to struggle for her freedom. But the Death Eater behind her gripped her hair and held strong after tightening the rope knotted around her, not allowing her to move or fight back. I pray for the power of the abyss. I pray for the power of desire. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. Please accept my sacrifice and bestow the power of rebirth onto this womb. Blood of the servant willingly given, the liquid that belongs to the devil, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. Blood of the sacrifice unwillingly taken, the liquid that belongs to the abyss, I pray for you to bestow your powers onto my incantation. There was no sound for a few seconds. At that moment, be it the leader of the Death Eaters, the Death Eaters themselves, the hostages and the crowd that was split two ways, everyone turned silent. Suddenly, without warning, the yellowish-orange flame of the two candles turned a deep shade of red. The flames looked like lips, flickering with desire and mischief. As the flame flickered for a few more seconds in silence, everyone suddenly felt a terrifying gaze down upon them. An immense feeling of fear crept up into the hearts of everyone present. Most people collapsed to the ground, having passed out from the immense pressure. Nicholas looked upwards, toward the sky where pinkish-red clouds had gathered around the now rapidly deepening redness of the moon and seemed to be preparing for an unstoppable strike. Everyone awake grew tense and became nervous. Are we all going to die? Hermione questioned with the last of her consciousness as she looked at the continuously flickering flame that looked like it was about to speak. She took in everything she could see and was about to lose consciousness when she suddenly saw the flame turn silver green. Slytherin. Half a minute after Nicholas and Pernell sent Loki the text. Is this right? Loki thought as he looked at the rough shape he had created after rearranging the pieces of the skull he'd just stolen all around the camping grounds. He had navigated the tents around the camp and buried them in their new positions, turning the original complex tree root-like structure into a simpler circular symbol with stars around it. It was the symbol for the Evernight goddess that Loki remembered from Lord of the Mysteries. I hope I don't get smote from the heavens. I doubt I can even survive a punishment from a true god at this point. With a soft sigh, Loki looked in the direction of the hostages and Death Eaters and activated his spirit vision. I guess they're starting the ritual over there. Loki quickly created a wall of spirituality around himself, used his wand to transform the soil underneath him into an altar and placed 3 candles on it. As soon as he was done, Loki felt a soft disturbance in the space around him. A small tear to the spirit world opened up in front of him, from which an even smaller snake poked its head through. Hiss, SS. Alright, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm going to keep it short since we're running out of time. I need your help in performing a ritual for Salazar Slytherin, you in? Loki asked. The basilisk looked at him for a little bit and then nodded by moving its head up and down. Good. We have very little time. I want you to give your spirituality to the ritual when it calls for it, is that alright? Hiss, SS. Loki didn't understand what the little snake was telling him, but he got the feeling that it agreed, so he proceeded with the ritual. He lit them from left to right by rubbing his spirituality over them and calmly started to speak after entering cogitation to keep his thoughts clear. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the God's loving grace. I pray for God's great powers to use the errors created in the ritual of the Death Eaters and the spirituality of your pet to hijack the ritual and conceal all of us from them. Night Dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Just as Loki finished his prayer, the 2 candles on the altar that represented the divine turned a deep shade of green. At almost the same time as he finished his prayer, Loki also felt a hostile gaze scan over the camp. But to his fortune, the gaze swept over him as if he didn't exist at all. Loki breathed a mental sigh of relief, but as soon as he did, the world around him froze. The people who Sunny had put away to sleep were about to wake up, each one stirring about as if they'd just woken up. But before they could fully wake up, a veil of night passed over them, covering them all in a comforting darkness that was very close to death. Loki in his spirit vision saw the light of the moon flare and turn a deep red. Maddening ravings simultaneously erupted and caused everyone who could hear them to collapse to the floor, covering their ears from the sound that felt like someone was scratching a board with nails right on their brains. Loki was among the few that managed to stay standing since he heard such ravings on a daily basis. How is it affecting people this much even after Salazar concealed them all? Is this the power of gods? The after effects of a simple clash can kill everyone. Nicholas and Pranell spread out their spirituality and covered the camp in its entirety, furthering Salazar's protection. Yet even after they stood tall in protection, Loki could see the people around them writhing on the floor as if they'd been set on fire by desire. Most of those that had collapsed began to claw the ground with their nails as they proceeded to try and mate with the hard floor in one way or another. A thunderous clash echoed in the skies. The light of the moon appeared like it was in a constant fight, turning from crimson to blood red every few seconds and back before flickering to a deep shade of pink every few seconds. Everywhere the blood red light and the pink light landed, trees sprouted from the ground with various fleshy flowers attached to them. It was as if the trees had somehow become animals. They constantly vibrated, sending out pheromones into the air, that made Loki feel like he was wasting time by not giving into his strong ever-growing desire to mate with one of the fleshy organs on the trees. The camp that was earlier filled with humans slowly turned into a forest for these dead trees that had genitalia hanging from them. But as soon as crimson light touched the trees, they started to decay. It seemed like death had whispered the last words they would ever hear, causing them to turn to dust. After this went on for a few seconds, suddenly the moon split into 3 equal parts, one part crimson while the other parts turned blood red and pink. 3 beams of light traveled from the faraway natural satellite to Earth, twisting around each other as they fought for dominance, making their way to the leader of the Death Eaters. Shit. Loki cursed. He knew that as long as Salazar failed to reach the leader of the ritual before the other two outer gods, his influence on the area would weaken. But he could do nothing other than watch. And to his absolute surprise, the blood-red light suddenly stopped and pulled the crimson light back by attacking it, allowing the pink light to travel unimpeded. Light exploded with an intensity that felt like 100 suns had descended onto the planet. Loki closed his eyes and looked away for a second. That second was enough for the light to reach the leader. As soon as it did, the woman let out a shrill ************************************************************. The chilling scream broke not only the deafening silence that had gripped the camp but also the thin veil that Salazar had layered over the camp in an effort to hide everyone. Everyone in the area was suddenly feeling a new mental strain that was forcing their bodies to mutate. Those who had collapsed and fallen unconscious started to bubble up as their bodies began showing signs of corruption. Tree roots popped out of their bodies and tied them to the ground. Those who remained awake were slowly losing their sanity to madness. It was only a matter of time before they lost. The other lights soon reached the leader, however, and under his shocked gaze, Loki found three things happening one after another, each equally strange. Firstly, the robes around the leader suddenly tore apart, revealing the dainty figure of a woman. Secondly, branches exploded from her back as they erupted into a gigantic tree that grew all around her body, climbing high into the sky. Thirdly, the branches of the tree started to decay rapidly wherever the crimson light touched them before they regrew with even greater ferocity. They were working together. Loki's hands trembled at this thought. Just as the tree finished forming, Nicholas pushed his hand forward and dragged it sideways as if he were pulling space itself. As he pulled forth with all his strength, Loki saw the growing tree bend. The thick base of the tree began to splinter. The bloody trunk cracked, but Nicholas wasn't able to do much else. Just when it seemed like Nicholas was about to give up, Pernell stepped up. From her hand extended a large beam of iron or steel. Loki wondered what she wanted to do with it, but he didn't have to wait for long. Pernell jammed the steel into the trunk and, with a force that could only be classified as inhumane, almost godlike, with just her brute strength, used the lower section of the tree as a fulcrum to tear apart the entire tree and caused it to collapse into Nicholas's iron grip on it. Loki observed how the fleshy protrusions all around the tree transformed hurriedly and rushed towards the breaking point to repair the damage caused to it, but as if on instinct, Loki acted. With a swipe of his hand, Loki pulled from the tree. Loki wanted to steal the fleshy protrusions from the tree so that it couldn't heal, but that wasn't what happened. Instead, in Loki's hands, a miniaturized version of the tree's roots directly appeared. Well, this works too, I guess. Without support from its roots, the tree started to tilt and began to collapse in the direction Nicholas was pulling it. An unholy screech erupted from the fleshy organs on the tree and a portal suddenly opened beside the tree. But this one wasn't a portal to the spirit world. Instead, it was one that led to the depths of the abyss. From it, Loki saw countless demonic eyes peer out, but they didn't appear to be looking at Nicholas or Pernell or even the unconscious people near them. They instead locked eyes directly with Loki as if they could see him through space. Loki gulped. Fuck. Without waiting for someone to protect him, Loki instinctively activated his Beyonder ability to steal space and vanished from the spot he was standing on, appearing 50 meters behind himself. That turned out to be an important thing to do because as soon as he teleported, the ground underneath him erupted into an explosion. Walls of lava erupted from underneath the spot and created a tight box of molten fire that rained hell inside it. The altar where Loki had performed the ritual to gain Salazar's help was obliterated. I hope that doesn't cause him to be unsummoned. Loki licked his dry lips as he paid full attention to everything that was happening. The portal to the abyss was still open, but there were no devils inside it. And this scared him. Nicholas and Pernell were doing their best to fell the absurd eldritch tree that was growing in front of them while simultaneously helping Salazar keep her influence out of the camp, but it clearly wasn't working. In the group of rebels, Loki spotted a surprising candidate who was awake and kicking. Luna. She was fighting off a group of devils that were moving towards the hostages by moving her hands and causing thick sprawling vines to emerge from the ground as she entangled them all with it. A few of her vines were also helping Nicholas and Purnell pull down the tree, but that didn't do much work given Nicholas and Purnell were angels. The rest of the devils were swimming through shadows. Loki stopped his instinct to teleport away since he knew there was no hiding from them anywhere inside the barrier. So as his brain fired in search of a plan to defeat them, Loki spent time standing rooted right at the spot he'd been. And it wasn't a surprise to him when he suddenly spotted an eye appearing behind his head and 5 more right underneath his feet. But instead of panicking, Loki threw down the miniature roots he was holding. Almost instantly, as soon as the roots left Loki's hands, they grew back to their monstrous size, piercing right into the creatures that were looking to drag him into the abyss. The roots grew a large forest of trees and impaled all the devils around him, pinning them to the ground, and causing some of them to explode in a showery flood of flesh and blood. Loki extended his hands towards the roots and activated his ability to steal once again. He hoped to get back the roots so that he could defend himself and attack with it once again. But to his luck or misfortune, the theft failed. With nothing left in his hands to put up a fight, Loki immediately chose to retreat. He quickly teleported to the top of a tent, looking at the entire situation to see exactly how he could help everyone get out of it, or at the very least himself. I need to fell that damn tree somehow. But how? Loki ducked on instinct as he dodged the swipe from a devil that had crawled out of an abyss portal that opened beside his head. But he only barely dodged it since he could see all around himself by remaking the scene around him using light and shadows. But the danger wasn't over yet. Death. Almost instantly as he heard the word, Loki's blood started to freeze. Loki felt his head suddenly become heavy as he felt everything in his body dying. But he acted quickly. Loki flicked his hand. This time Loki wanted to steal away all the sick cells in his body, and since he knew extremely well about his own body, Loki was able to target precisely what he wanted. He didn't need to rely on luck. With a single twist of his hand, Loki pulled out all the blood inside his body that had started to clot and rot and tossed it to oblivion. This left him low on blood, but Loki could do nothing else. Since his attention was already on the next devil that had already opened its mouth to speak in the language of foulness. It wanted to curse Loki, curse him so that his blood would clot and he'd die. But before the devil even got a single word out of his mouth, Loki shot backwards like a bullet and headbutted its throat, crushing it with a satisfying crunch. Teleporting once again, Loki realized he could only move around a few more minutes. The continuous usage of his Beyonder abilities along with performing so many rituals continuously had left him lacking in the spirituality department, while his most recent brush with death required him to get checked by a professional. But that wasn't the only thing worrying him. The constant nagging screams and curses that rang throughout the camp, ones he had pushed to the back of his head, ones that had already started to mutate all the people who had collapsed or fainted, continuously fought with his body, trying their best to induce corruption into him. His eyes quickly scanned around until he saw Nicholas and Purnell through the forest of mammalian trees that he'd suddenly caused to spawn by tossing the root at the ground, tugging on the big tree that had merged with the random Death Eater woman, attempting to break it while it fixed itself into the ground even without roots, using fleshy organelles to stay rooted. Loki's eyes fell on the woman who was absorbed in it, and then an idea struck him. I can just do that. I just need to get rid of her and then all this will go away. I think. A glimmer shone in Loki's eyes as he bent low and began to rush towards the portal. He couldn't simply teleport around to escape the devils since he wanted to save his spirituality, and the main tree was far out of his range or 50 meters, but not defending himself wasn't an option. And so Loki pulled out his wand and flicked out spells that would take the bare minimum from him. As Loki rushed through the area where he had replanted the roots, he found them attacking him at every turn. They grew out suddenly, at awkward angles like fractals, keeping him on his toes to make sure he dodged every single one of them. Loki didn't want to risk even a single scratch or cut from them. Suffering from being implanted by the will of a god once, was enough a lesson for him to make sure he wouldn't let it happen again, ever again. Loki used Diffindo once or twice before resorting to casting a levitation charm on himself before he flicked his wand to create a rope that he could use to swing around like a spider. The forest of trees, which was initially scary because of its number, was suddenly his stepping stone as he swung around at a high speed while rushing towards his goal, the main tree. But just as Loki was getting overconfident, one of the tree branches that his rope was attached to, suddenly flicked like a whip and completely changed his trajectory. Throwing him like a ship that had come too close to shore, throwing him at a wall of spikes that would have left him riddled with holes. "Tisk! Whatever, I'm close enough, you old hag," Loki shouted in his mind before vanishing right as he was about to be impaled as he reappeared outside the forest with a single teleportation. Loki began to run once again while doing his best to dodge the sharp claws from the various devils of the abyss that Luna had tied down to the ground with her vines and made sure not to waste any more of his spirituality. But things weren't as easy as he had expected. Just as Loki was about to enter the area around the giant tree, several fleshy tumors opened up on the tree as a deafening *SCRECH pierced through the entire camp, sending anyone that was not a demigod into a fit of complications. Luna dropped to the floor, her body mutating. Other people already on the floor had started to closely resemble monsters as they barely managed to hold onto their sanity. Curiously, along with the Weasleys who were turning into monsters, Harry managed to somehow maintain his sanity as he looked around in panic while clutching his forehead tightly and bending over in pain. While Loki, who was the nearest of them all, found himself feeling like a train had smothered him onto its tracks. His mind shattered and his body felt like it was no longer his. But suddenly an imperceptible calm silence spread throughout the camp, causing everyone awake to wonder who it was that had given them this reprieve. Through a stroke of miraculous luck, Sirius, who was outside the range of the monstrous tree standing beside Harry, had managed to retain sanity just enough to help everyone by singing a poem praising Evernight. "Oh, the threat of horror, the hope of crimson cries. One thing at least is certain, that this life flies. One thing is certain, and the rest is lies. The flower that has once bloomed forever dies." A wave of serene bliss passed over all the participants in the camp, putting to sleep those who were rousing from their slumber and calming the beasts that had escaped the abyss. Loki wasted no time, already being under the effects of cogitation and having the gray fog to help him. Loki quickly retained his focus and rushed towards the portal. The beasts were one beat too late to catch up with him since they had been lulled into a false sense of security, and so it seemed that Loki was about to reach the tree and drop the damn thing for good by helping Nicholas and Purnell. But shockingly, the moment Loki stepped foot along the fleshy roots of the tall, thick mammalian tree, the ever-regenerating tree blew up, its regeneration speed growing multifold, with new roots burying the ground and turning everything over as they shot towards Loki with all their speed to skewer him through his back. However, Loki, who was the target of the tree's speedy attacks, revealed a positive smile. "Did you think I would not have expected this?" Loki jumped to dodge the roots that were attacking him, and at the last moment when he was about to be touched by the roots, he vanished completely. Abandoning the roots entirely and appearing right under the head of the woman who was mutated into the tree. Loki reappeared at the midsection of the tree, and he whispered a spell while he was in the air, Velox Acus. Loki had used his own spell to cause a thin spinning needle to appear right at the tip of his wand. But instead of launching it at anything, as he was falling down under the influence of gravity, Loki jabbed it into something. A sickening squelch spoke volumes in the blanket of silence Sirius had created as Loki stabbed his wand's head through the crown and into the throat of the woman fused into the tree. But that wasn't enough. The woman's white eyes locked onto Loki as she smiled in a hair-raising manner as if asking, "Is that all?" Yet, Loki wasn't disheartened. Pouring almost all of his remaining spirituality into the wand, he shouted, "Bombarda Maxima! RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR explode, yet Loki kept his grip on the branches and held his wand while pouring spirituality into it. Through his spirit vision, Loki saw the symmetrical figure of his spirituality take shape, and as soon as it did he saw a spark lighting up. And after that, a blinding light filled his vision as the woman's head bulged for a second before exploding into a gooey mess along with the entire midsection of the tree behind her. As soon as the woman exploded, the tree began to rot and decay, its rotting branches slowly letting in more and more crimson beams of moonlight into the camp that did their work of ridding the entire place of its filthy corruption well. Being nearest to the tree, however, Loki was the last person to be graced by the crimson tree light. Inside the blood-red light that was helping the mammalian tree, however, Loki saw several blobs of different colors floating inside as if it was someone's body but a little modified. There were several runes in the light that Loki recognized, some simple things like walking, breathing and swimming of all things. But out of sheer arrogance, he who was currently bathed in the blood-red light used his ability to steal something from it by performing the motion of flicking his wrist. Did it work? Loki's last memory after that was falling down from the sky. Nicholas and Purnell completely uprooted the tree, forcing it away from its attempts at trying to stay rooted and regain dominance by healing fully and grabbing a random sacrifice as a replacement for the woman whose head Loki had exploded. Sirius ran to catch Loki and not let him shatter any of his bones, and when he finally saw the boy in his hands, he saw him smiling, as if he had done the biggest thing he could have ever done and he was proud of it. Mad boy. Who the hell would have thought he'd go so close to the damn tree? Is he friends with Harry? I remember seeing him when he'd come in with Snape at the Shrieking Shack. I'm sure James and the rest of the Marauders would have loved him. The balls on this kid sure are heavy. Nicholas and Purnell rushed towards Loki as soon as the tree stopped moving and started to decay, pulling him out of Sirius's embrace before laying him on the ground and performing several tests. Thin crimson smoke began to leak from Loki's body as Purnell performed various tests. She looked at Loki's body with furrowed brows as she tapped various spots and suddenly caused a shrill screech to escape from his stomach, out of which a small one-eyed creature appeared and collapsed onto the ground as it burned away because of the crimson moonlight. Any other corruption on him, dear? Purnell asked Nicholas quickly while holding her wand. There is. But nothing we can do about that without any rituals. We will need someone from the barred pathway for that. Should I call the Bones girl then? Nicholas simply nodded and then spoke softly, he's definitely one crazy kid. Purnell glared at Loki and it also looked like sweat suddenly started pouring out of Loki's forehead because of it as she whispered, that he is. Nicholas had trouble controlling his laughter but did nothing else as things slowly started to return to normal and everyone started waking up after Purnell helped cure them a little. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.